Chapter 3295. Would Lu Yin believe Luotian's words? He didn't know either. But what's the point of loving or not loving? Bai Wuxian was one of the eternal race's 7 godly heavens. He was in control of the eternal list and had single-handedly plotted the betrayal of countless people. He had caused great losses to the human race. If Wang Xiaoyu's betrayal had made her the greatest redback in the history of the Fifth Mainland, then Bai Wuxian was the most powerful enemy that the human race had ever wanted to eradicate. Her threat did not lie in her strength, but in her all-pervasive seduction, her ability to infiltrate and destroy the deepest level of humanity. There was no reason for Lu Yin to let such an existence go. The area around his heart was enveloped by the starry sky, and Bai Wuxian's sequence laws could not be used at all. Everything that she did could not escape Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin could deal with her at any time, but for some reason he just couldn't bring himself to do it. Was it because Bai Wuxian loved him? Or was it because Bai Wuxian's love for him came from Ming Yan? Attacking Bai Wuxian was like attacking Yan. Luotian looked into his eyes and smoothed her hair. I see Ming Yan in your eyes again. I know I can't replace her, but I'll make sure you never forget her. As she spoke, she struck out a palm at Lu Yin, and the Whitewater Ancestors' world surged towards Lu Yin. It could melt anything, but it was a microscopic attack that came from a creature from Ancestor God Bai Wu's world. Soil appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes and transformed into a spear that stabbed forward. Under Lu Yin's astonished gaze, the spear pierced through Bai Shan and Bai Shui's body. Luotian coughed up blood as she passed through the spear and charged towards Lu Yin. She raised her hand and struck out with a palm. A terrifying power circulated in front of Lu Yin. This was the unbounded progenitor's world, and it was like a celestial body that whistled through the starry sky above Lu Yin's heart. The Luotian was pushed back by this power and she coughed up blood continuously. However, she did not give up and continued to charge at Lu Yin. The dignified 7 sky gods, an expert that Lu Yin had once looked up to, was now unable to withstand a single blow. Lu Yin chased after the Eternal's bone galleys and slaughtered the 3 masters and 6 hermits. None of them had been able to withstand a single blow. Just the violent wind of power had riddled Bai Wuxian with holes. Bai Wuxian's eyes turned red as the divine power in his body boiled. His body suddenly disappeared, turning into a microscopic state that was invisible to the naked eye. Lu Yin casually waved his hand, and a terrifying power almost burst out of the primal universe. Bai Wuxian's microscopic state could not be hidden at all, and he fell heavily to the ground. His body was torn apart before finally shattering. Luotian's body should have been shattered in the first place. It was gone in the immemorial city battlefield. This body was just an illusion created by Bai Wuxian's consciousness. Lu Yin frowned. That's right, Luotian's body should be gone, so why would Bai Wuxian appear in Luotian's body? His consciousness was not restricted to any body. It was the same for the ancestors of the past. Of course, it was also possible that they were used to that body. He looked at the ground. Blood. It was fake. There was no blood in his consciousness. There are 2 types of life forms in the universe of consciousness. The first type takes the initiative to transform into a certain ideology, and the second type uses the thoughts of the life form they see as a guide to transform into a certain form that the life form thinks it should see. Brother Lu, you think that Bai Wuxian is Luotian, so what you see is Luotian. Bai Wuxian seemed to be trying to dispel Lu Yin's doubts. Lu Yin understood that the Luotian in the primeval battlefield had been her real body, while the Luotian in front of him had been a manifestation of her consciousness. If he thought that this consciousness should be another creature, then it would be another creature that appeared. The consciousness rippled and it was not far from Lu Yin. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Brother Lu, will you kill me? Bai Wuxian's voice rang out. Lu Yin's emotions were complicated. Yes. Will you feel bad? Lu Yin slowly clenched his fists and looked at the ripple in front of him. Luotian's frown and smile appeared in his mind. She was the woman who had followed him and called him Brother Lu. She was the woman who had blocked a blow for him. She was the woman who had given her feelings without asking for anything in return. Her love had to be real. Lu Yin would rather Luotian's love not be real. Sadness and regret can never replace the deepest imprint. Brother Lu, I don't want you to feel bad, but I want you to remember me forever. Forever and ever. After speaking, the ripple rushed towards Lu Yin. The moment it got close to him, the majestic consciousness dispersed like a gust of wind and rushed into the consciousness planet in Lu Yin's heart. Lu Yin subconsciously wanted to stop it, but he did not. He had originally wanted to deal with Bai Wuxian, and now there was no need for him to do anything. The consciousness planet was Lu Yin's strength. Back when he had rolled in Hans and been chased by the one true god, his consciousness planet had not completely recovered. Now with the influx of Bai Wuxian's majestic consciousness, it had completely recovered. Su Jin's consciousness had been cultivated, and Bai Wuxian was a consciousness life form. This not only caused the consciousness planet to recover, but it also showed signs of life and had a divine charm. It was an indescribable feeling, as if there was an ancestral world within his body. Lu Yin stared at the consciousness planet in a daze, speechless for a long time. He could hate Bai Wuxian, but he could also pity her. She had almost separated him from Ming Yan, and she was clearly not a human, but she had experienced human emotions and given her love to Lu Yin. This should not be something a consciousness life form could bear. Only humans themselves knew how painful it was to feel emotions. I owe you a life. When did I owe you a life? Bai Wuxian had sacrificed her own consciousness life form to allow Lu Yin's consciousness planet to transform. At the same time, she had also said that he owed her a life, which made Lu Yin remember her. He knew that he would never forget Bai Wuxian in this lifetime. Lu Yin was the only one left on the barren planet. Lu Yin stayed there for a long time before leaving. When he returned to the Ice Spirit clan, he asked the Ice Master to take Bing Xian away. Of course, he would also give one to the Ice Spirit clan. The Ice Master had no reason to refuse, as the Ice Spirit clan only needed one. He had not done this before because Bai Qing was also here. Lu Yin could not bring Bai Qing to the Above Sky sect, and Jiang Feng would not allow it. Now that Ming Yan was the only one left and something like this had happened, Lu Yin had no choice. The Ice Spirit clan was too dangerous. After taking Bing Xian to the Above Sky sect, Lu Yin stared at her in a daze. To Bai Wuxian, Ming Yan was just a normal person who had not been affected by the consciousness. Her love for him was too pure. He was the only one for her, and she was also the only one for him. Lu Yin wanted to help Ming Yan recover, but with a great enemy nearby, what could he do even if she recovered? Could he really protect Ming Yan? Lu Yin had no confidence in himself. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Wait for me. I was able to walk out of Earth and reach this point. Nothing can stop me. I'll help you recover in a safe and peaceful environment. After leaving the place where Bing Xian had been placed, Lu Yin suddenly thought of Bai Rong. He was confident that he could restore Ming Yan's life force. But what about Bai Rong? Lu Yin took out Bai Rong's corpse and looked at it. This body had been obtained from the burial garden, but he did not know why Bai Rong had appeared in the burial garden beside the rune technology ruins. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Whatever had happened, it was no longer important. If he could restore Bai Rong's strength, the human race would gain another expert. Lu Yin tried again and again to help Bai Rong recover, but he failed every time. Bai Rong was different from Ming Yan. Ming Yan had lost her life force, while Bai Rong had lost her consciousness. This meant that Bai Rong was only left with a physical body and had lost her soul. Lu Yin stored Bai Rong's body away. If he could gain consciousness in the future, he might be able to make use of Bai Rong's body. It was a pity that such a powerhouse had died. Under Immemorial City, Mr. Mu told the primogenitor what had happened. The primogenitor's eyes widened. Fate has appeared? Mr. Mu sighed. Since it has appeared, there's no need for you to hide anymore. That grass grandmaster should have gone to another universe called the spiritualized universe. The primogenitor's mood sank. When De Chong transmitted that person's appearance through the primogenitor scripture, I knew about it. Right, you should have found the answer you were looking for. The primogenitor was shocked. The answer? Mr. Mu told the primogenitor about the karmic chain, and the primogenitor fell silent for a moment before moving. At the same time, the burial garden trembled. The burial garden had a city built by those who had entered but had not left. Most of those people had left, but there were still some who wanted to stay in the burial garden to cultivate. As the burial garden trembled, the people in the city hurriedly walked out, not understanding what was happening. The Yellow Springs Sea surged as the mausoleum keeper, the 4 leaders of the undead core, and the cultivators who had originally belonged to the burial garden walked out at the same time to look at the burial garden. The burial garden suddenly shrank, and a hand suddenly moved out of the burial garden and flew towards the underground of Immemorial City. In the starry sky of the primogenitor spatial tree, the Wang family continent trembled, and cultivators hurriedly walked out with shocked expressions. Similarly, a hand moved out of the Wang family continent and instantly disappeared. The Wang family continent's outer shell was still there, and the Yellow Springs water was still there. The primogenitor stood up and connected his hands to his body. He had recovered, and a powerful aura swept through the void, causing Immemorial City and the string of sequence to tremble. Lu Yin stood in the above heaven and looked up at the void, only to see the space ripple as the string of sequence vibrated. The primogenitor had recovered. He took a step forward and headed towards Immemorial City. The burial garden and the Wang family continent both retained their outer shells, but the primogenitor's hand had disappeared inside. Even the Yellow Springs was still there. The primogenitor stretched out his arms and clenched his fists. "I'm back. I'm not used to not using my hand for so long." Hongyan Mavis and the others were happy as the primogenitor had finally recovered. Even if they faced an Eternal Realm opponent, they were still confident. The primogenitor grabbed the string of sequence, opened his mouth and let out a long howl. The sound spread through countless parallel spaces, causing countless people to look up at the sky, unable to see where the sound came from. The primogenitor had been biting the string of sequence for countless years, and now he was finally free. "Old Mu, it's your turn. You suppress it." The primogenitor looked at Mr. Mu and laughed. Mr. Mu laughed. "It has nothing to do with me." The primogenitor rolled his eyes. "How cold." Lu Yin arrived and was happy to see the primogenitor recover. "Primogenitor, return your first dust." 6 specks of dust flew towards the primogenitor's forehead and entered his body. "Thank you, brothers, for your support." "Thank you." End of chapter. Chapter 3296. Outside Primeval City, Xin Ying and Zhu Mang rushed over, one standing on the progenitor's shoulder while the other wrapped around his waist. The progenitor opened his other hand, and the progenitor's sword that was suppressing above heaven flew over. He pointed it at the stars. "Eternal Realm. Since there's a limit, there's nothing to be afraid of. At worst, we'll use our lives to fill it." Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian and Zhaoan Zhilua were excited. "Oh." The progenitor looked at Lu Yin. "Juzi, are you afraid?" Lu Yin was speechless. "Yes." "Ah, that's right. Who isn't afraid of death? Juzi is the most straightforward." The progenitor laughed. Zhaoan Zhilua gritted his teeth. "Master, we're just following your words." The progenitor glared at him. "Nonsense. I'm afraid too, but there's nothing I can do. I still have to charge, but there's a big problem right now." He looked at the sequence of strings in his hand. "Who can help me grab one?" Everyone looked at each other, speechless. Only experts who had undergone the bitter calamity could suppress the infinite strings. Apart from the primogenitor and Mr. Mu, no one else could do it. Even Lu Yuan, who was at the primordial realm, could not do it. The progenitor was helpless. He sat down cross-legged. "I'll have to do it." Lu Yin shook his head. The sequence of strings continued to increase. During the above heaven era, there was no need for the progenitor to grab them. If there were too many parallel universes, they could destroy some of the unintelligent life forms. However, as the Eternals attacked, the above heaven was defeated, and the sequence of strings continued to increase until it was enough to collapse the entire universe. The Eternals then began to destroy the sequence of strings. Someone had to stand guard here, or the previous war would have been in vain. "Let me try," the giant ancestor said. Mr. Mu clasped his hands behind his back. "No one else can do it besides me and Alpha Primordium. Old Mu, can't you take my place? How many years has it been? Please understand me." The progenitor looked at Mr. Mu bitterly. Mr. Mu turned and left. The progenitor sighed. "You're all disappointing. How nice it would be if someone could replace me." Chu Yi could not help but ask, "Master, didn't you warn us not to break through to primordial realms so easily? Otherwise we would have already been through so many years." The primogenitor opened his mouth, but no words came out. Back then he had warned the 6 Daoists and the 3 worlds not to break through to the primordial realm because he was afraid of being targeted by fate. Throughout all these years, fate had been a blade hanging over their heads. It could fall at any time, and once it did, it would be irreversible. Now he knew that fate had its limits. Even if the saber fell and killed them, it would also injure fate itself. Thus, the progenitor no longer had any misgivings. Just as he said, at worst he would use his life to fill in the saber until fate could no longer bear it and died. Even though the progenitor didn't express much about the ancient god's death, Lu Yin was well aware of his grief. The reason why Patriarch Lu Yuan was guarding the stone door was because he wanted to ease the pain. More importantly, he wanted to be the first to find Master Grass. He had fought the ancient gods for far too many years, but he had yet to discover the truth about the ancient gods. This was a blow to Patriarch Lu Yuan. Living is more painful than dying. Even though the primogenitor had regained his hands and obtained the primogenitor's sword and beginning dust, it didn't seem like much had changed. He still had to suppress the sequence of strings. In order to completely get rid of this matter, the only way was to reduce the number of parallel universes to the point that they would not restart this universe. This was a huge project. Senior, why are the burial garden and the Wang family's continent still here? Lu Yin asked. The primogenitor said, just take back the hands. Leave the shell. Someone wants to live in it. What about the Yellow Springs water? That's the Azure Sky Palace. Those 4 good-for-nothings from the Fate gang sealed my Azure Sky Palace. After all, it was Fate who did it. I can't do anything about it. The Azure Sky Palace is gone and I can't use it. But it doesn't matter. Didn't you learn it too? Alright, let's go back and find the Eternal as soon as possible. Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation realm won't be able to last much longer. Even if we can't find the Eternal, we have to deal with Primordial Beginning and the others. The Eternal? Lu Yin thought of Wuxian. That gift would be given to him. In a certain parallel universe, a piece of land was moving towards the distance. On it were the Forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu. That one of yours is really persistent. He's still chasing after you. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled and looked at Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu was calm. I thought he saw through it long ago. So what if he didn't see through it? People like him need a definite answer even if they don't believe what they see with their eyes. The Forgotten Ruins deity said. After that she looked behind her coldly. Little Lu Yin is still the cutest. If you encounter him, you fight him. If you don't care. You're too annoying. Wang Xiaoyu didn't say anything. You don't mind if I kill him, right? The Forgotten Ruins deity suddenly said and looked at Wang Xiaoyu with a smile. Wang Xiaoyu still didn't say anything. The Forgotten Ruins deity walked in front of her and stretched out her snow-white index finger, lifting Wang Xiaoyu's face. Wang Xiaoyu looked at the Forgotten Ruins deity. Whether he dies or not has nothing to do with me. The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled. You are indeed my cutest descendant. Alright, let's kill him. After that, the land moved in another direction. Far behind, Ancestor Chen kept chasing. He couldn't give up on Wang Xiaoyu and had to deal with the Forgotten Ruins deity. If it wasn't for the Forgotten Ruins deity, Wang Xiaoyu wouldn't be like this. He didn't know what happened back then and didn't need to know. He only knew that Xiaoyu wasn't a traitor of humanity. She was very kind. In her opinion, Rainy shouldn't die. How could such a person be a traitor? Wang Miaomiao, it was all Wang Miaomiao. Ancestor Chen's gaze was heavy. If he could, he would have killed Wang Miaomiao back then, but he couldn't do it. Wang Miaomiao wasn't as simple as she looked. This woman was hiding something. The Battle of Immemorial City was clearly won, but Xiaoyu still hadn't returned. What was she hiding? As he thought about it, he chased even harder. The land kept shuttling through parallel time and space, but it couldn't get rid of Ancestor Chen. Ancestor Chen wasn't like Lu Yin, who could cross the river of time and find the Forgotten Ruins deity, but he had the linked palms and could borrow any power around him. As long as the Forgotten Ruins deity and the rest tore through the void, this power could be borrowed by Ancestor Chen. With the same power, the Forgotten Ruins deity and the rest couldn't escape. Ancestor Chen didn't cultivate as much power as Lu Yin. He didn't need to cultivate so much. Even with limited power, he could unleash unlimited possibilities. The only true God had such a high evaluation of him, which was rare. As time passed, Ancestor Chen got closer and closer to the Forgotten Ruins deity and the rest. The land gradually slowed down. On the land, the Forgotten Ruins deity looked into the distance. It should be around here. Wang Xiaoyu looked at her back. What are you looking for? The Forgotten Ruins deity smiled at her. The place where Xiaxia died. Not long after, her eyes lit up. Found it, let's go. Wang Xiaoyu looking ahead, she saw a flat surface spread out in the void far away. It looked like a painting. The land moved towards the flat surface without slowing down. The closer they got, the clearer they could see it. It was a painting, a landscape painting. How could there be a painting in the starry sky, and it was so big that it could fit the entire domain of calamity? The domain of calamity was quite large. The land was submerged in the painting, and the void rippled as if a curtain was pulled open. Looking again, it was no longer a starry sky, but a world of mountains and rivers. The scenery was beautiful and waterfalls fell from the sky. Celestial chi floated and colorful creatures flew. There was a faint sound of singing and it was full of holiness. Wang Xiaoyu had never been to this place. A bell rang and her breathing stagnated. The Forgotten Ruins deity's expression changed and she looked forward. There stood an old man. It was the old monster Yuanqi who fought against Mr. Mu in the Battle of Immortal City. Junior Wang Miao Miao and Junior Wang Xiaoyu greet Senior Yuanqi. The Forgotten Ruins deity bowed. Beside him, Wang Xiaoyu also stood up and bowed. Yuanqi looked at the two girls. How did you find this place? Lord Eternal told me, Wang Miao Miao said. Yuanqi nodded, looked at the sky and smiled. Not bad, you've attracted a little guy. The next moment, the void rippled and Progenitor Qin entered. When he saw Yuanqi, he was shocked. This person fought against Mr. Mu at the peak of Immortal City. He was an absolute master of the eternal race and the strongest on the bone boat. Progenitor Qin did not expect him to be attracted here by the Forgotten Ruins deity. Little guy, I remember you. You're quite strong. I, Yuanqi, can accept you as my disciple. Yuanqi looked at Progenitor Qin with admiration. Progenitor Qin glanced at the Forgotten Ruins deity and Wang Xiaoyu, and then at Yuanqi, remnant of the eternal race. Yuanqi frowned. I'm just cooperating with the eternal race. I come from the spiritualized universe. If you accept me as your master, you can follow me into the rebooted universe. If you don't want to, you can only die here. Let's see who dies first. Progenitor Qin's eyes widened and he took a step forward. The void collapsed and the stars around him revolved. Although his clones died one by one, he could still use serious technique and other powers. Only his talents and other powers were lost. The stars revolved, covering heaven and earth. But they disappeared in an instant. Progenitor Qin stopped and looked around. This feeling? This is the foundation of my spiritualized universe, the landscape map. It is ranked 7th and is condensed from the 77 so close, yet worlds apart sequence experts from my spiritualized universe. You are not fighting me alone, but 77 so close, yet worlds apart sequence experts from my spiritualized universe. This is not only the difference between you and me, but also the difference between your Tianyuan universe and my spiritualized universe. Primordial Origin turned and left, taking the god of Forgotten Ruins and Wang Xiaoyu with him. He was confident that Progenitor Qin would not be able to walk out of the landscape map. He would die here. Progenitor Qin stepped in reverse, parallel to time. Forward and backward he couldn't move. He had clearly moved, but there was no distance. This was a sequence law, and it wasn't a single person's sequence law. The world was filled with sequence particles that came from the 77 sequence law experts of the spiritualized universe. How many masters of the sequence law were there in the entire Immortal City battlefield? It was as if he had fallen into a sea of sequence particles, and they were all of the same sequence. He had never encountered such a thing. How could there be people who cultivated the same sequence law? Even if there were, how could there be 77 of them? This was beyond Progenitor Qin's understanding of cultivation. Chapter 3297. In the distance above the waterfall, Yuanqi said proudly, "The greatest difference between my spiritualized universe and your Tianyuan universe is that your cultivation is too scattered. Since ancient times, every peak expert of my spiritualized universe has left behind their legacies for future generations to cultivate. There's no need for future generations to comprehend the laws of sequence. They can just follow in the footsteps of their predecessors. There's no need for creation. There's no need for birth. The laws of sequence have always been the greatest power in the universe. The near yet worlds apart sequence law is ranked 35th in our spiritualized universe. There are many people who cultivate this sequence law, and after countless years of accumulation, there are a total of 77 people. Most of these people have long since died, but before they died, they would send sequence particles into the mountain river map and cultivate the mountain river map, which is ranked 7th. Looking at all the experts in your universe, there are far too few who can truly resist the landscape painting. This person is definitely not included. He hasn't even reached the primordial realm. The god of forgotten ruins was shocked. How do you leave behind the legacies of sequence laws? Can something like that be done? Yuanqi's lips curled up. Yes. People who haven't reached the level of the laws of sequence can cultivate the laws of sequence? We have our ways. The consciousness universe has lost. The difference between us and them is huge. It's the same for your universe, Yuanqi said confidently. What happens if a primordial realm expert enters? Wang Xiaoyu suddenly asked. The laws of the primordial realm could not get close to them. The landscape painting was filled with sequence particles. In the end, it was just a collection of the particles of 77 experts of sequence laws to bury the enemy. However, this was ineffective against primordial realm experts. Yuanqi glanced at Wang Xiaoyu. The landscape painting is ranked 7th. Wang Xiaoyu was shocked. 7th. Yes, it was only ranked 7th. However, this Yuanqi was in existence who could stand up to the peak expert of Immemorial City, Mr. Mu. The god of forgotten ruins praised. Senior Yuanqi, you should have come earlier. You wouldn't have wasted so much time. Yuanqi said nothing. He watched Progenitor Qin in the distance use various powers to no avail. He felt like he was toying with a mouse. This person is an expert in your universe, but in my landscape painting he's no different from a mouse. The others in the Tianyuan universe are no exception, Yuanqi said as if he was talking to the god of forgotten ruins and the others, but also as if he was talking to himself. In the distance, no matter how Progenitor Qin attacked, it was useless. He couldn't escape, nor could he approach any mountain or river. The waterfall was at the end of the world, and as soon as his sequence laws appeared, they were drowned out. There were too many sequence particles around him, so much so that it was exaggerated. Ancestor Qin stopped attacking and looked around. Yuan Qi's voice came from above the waterfall. My spiritualized universe is very far away from the Tianyuan universe, which is why I'm giving you a chance. Otherwise, you people of the Tianyuan universe would not have the right to be my disciple. If you don't cherish this opportunity, die. Patriarch Qin looked at the waterfall. This thing is called the landscape map? Why didn't I see it during the Battle of Immemorial City? Yuanqi did not answer. If your spiritualized universe is so powerful, why did you participate in the immemorial ancient city battlefield for so many years? Even that big clock of yours has been broken. My spiritualized universe doesn't just want to conquer your Tianyuan universe. Yuanqi said, my spiritualized universe has 88 types of sequence arts, the foundation of the 10 great sequences. It's not something you can imagine. Our strength is not equal, you can't imagine how strong we are. Progenitor Qin looked up. Old man, the wind has cut your tongue. Yuan Qi's gaze turned cold. He raised his hand and a giant mountain appeared above Progenitor Qin's head and smashed down. With a bang, Progenitor Qin fell. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The palm hit the mountain, but the mountain did not move. This was not an ordinary mountain, but a mountain formed by countless sequence particles. Everything in the landscape map was formed by sequence particles. The giant mountain pressed Progenitor Qin into the ground. Then the river wrapped around the giant mountain and buried the ground. Progenitor Qin could not escape underground. The sequence particles were scattered and it was useless to reverse time. Here he was so close yet so far. His whole body was crushed by the giant mountain. The river washed over him, bringing with it blood. Yuan Qi exclaimed, he's not dead. Ordinary cultivators of the sequence principles would have died long ago. This person is worthy of challenging the eternal realm. Although the gap is still huge, he's still considered a top expert. What a pity. Boom. Suddenly, the giant mountain, river and the ground disappeared into nothingness. Progenitor Qin soared into the sky, facing the waterfall in the distance and struck out with his palm. Yuan Qi was shocked. How is this possible? He pushed across the void and the landscape map shone brightly. Endless sequence particles formed in the void, forming a wall that connected heaven and earth and crashed into Progenitor Qin. Progenitor Qin's palm hit the wall. This wall was formed by the sequence particles of the entire landscape map. It made the mountains, rivers and waterfall illusory. It was as if the 77 sequence principles had attacked at the same time. Bang! Heaven and earth shook. Under Yuan Qi's shocked gaze, the wall cracked and the beautiful scenery disappeared into nothingness. The surrounding mountains and rivers shattered and the ground turned dark. The sequence particles that formed the ground all disappeared. Progenitor Qin let out a wild laugh, tore open the sky of the landscape map and left. "Old man, see you later." Yuan Qi was furious. He stepped out into the starry sky, but he could only see Progenitor Chen's back. It disappeared in an instant. "I was careless." Yuan Qi gritted his teeth. This person did not use his own strength, but borrowed the sequence particles that existed in the landscape map. This person could even borrow the sequence particles to strike a palm. It was unbelievable. The landscape map was no longer as picturesque as before. All that was left was the pitch-black ground and the wall. The forgotten ruins. God's eyes were filled with disdain. Anyone who was careless against Xiaoshang would not have a good ending. Xiaoshang was the strongest of his generation in this universe, and even the sole true God was shocked by his battle prowess. He had once said that if Xiaoshang was given enough time he would definitely reach the top of this universe. Although this old man was powerful and the landscape map was terrifying, it could not trap Xiaoshang. Now that Xiaoshang had escaped, the spiritualized universe would unveil its mysteries to the above heaven sect. Because Lu Yin had once studied in the Six Direction training grounds, and because it was a combination of the Six Direction Society's cultivation civilization, many people flocked to it like a flock of ducks. 7 years ago, when the Limitless Empire had first discovered the Genesis space, Lu Yin had ordered the above heaven sect to organize a Six Direction martial competition. The purpose was to unearth the elites of humanity and prepare for the next generation. The Six Direction training grounds were also a place to nurture outstanding cultivators. The Void Dao Academy had gathered the top explorers of the Six Direction martial competition. These people came from various parallel universes of the Six Direction training grounds, and there were even some who did not belong to the Six Direction training grounds or were connected to the Genesis space. Yulong was one of them. He came from a very ordinary parallel universe that did not even have his own cultivation system. The strongest person there was only a Limiter, and he could not leave his planet. He had been lucky and had inadvertently obtained a cultivation trove left behind by a powerhouse. He had relied on it to quickly reach the level of an explorer and become the strongest person in his world. However, the cultivation resources within the trove had been used up, and he had no choice but to tear through the void to find new ones. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. In a cultivation ground. He lacked a basic understanding of the universe, and he did not understand the dangers of casually tearing through the void to travel to an unfamiliar parallel universe. With his strength he was like an ant in the universe. However, he had been lucky and had coincidentally arrived at the Six Direction training grounds. He had used the cultivation trove left behind by that powerhouse to enter the Six Direction martial competition. In the end he had been ranked, and compared to the countless cultivators who had been eliminated, he could be considered a child of destiny. However, he was ranked at the bottom of the explorers in the Six Direction martial competition, and there were many people above him. Fortunately, he had improved quickly, and that powerhouse's legacy had allowed him to constantly surpass others. After arriving at the Six Direction training grounds, he had first obtained a card from the Lost Dao Academy, and then he had plucked the 3 crimson fruit from the Wood Dao Academy. He had learned a battle technique and his fame had soared. Bang! The ground cracked as a figure crashed to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Many people gathered around to watch, all of them rejoicing in Yulong's misfortune. "Yulong, are you still going to be so arrogant?" someone shouted excitedly. "A piece of trash who doesn't even know where his own spacetime is dares to be so arrogant in the Six Direction training grounds. You blind thing." Yulong lay on the ground and gritted his teeth as he looked in front of him. A man was standing there with a smile on his face as he arrogantly looked down on Yulong. "Do you know who I am?" The man looked down on Yulong. Yulong stared at him, his eyes filled with humiliation and unwillingness. "Su Kong." Su Kong arrogantly replied, "I'm from the Void God Void Yang clan and I'm taught by clan leader Su Heng. I'm ranked in the top 30 of the explorers in the Six Direction martial competition. Who do you think you are? I wanted to help you but you actually dared to refuse? Do you think we don't know? We don't know where you obtained some inheritance, but that inheritance is at most at the level of a half-step powerhouse. You're already lucky to have reached this stage and your talent is not bad. You can still continue down this path, But do you really think that I'm interested in you? I'm from the Void Yang clan and clan leader Su Heng is an extreme powerhouse. He has teamed up with the Void Yin clan to dominate the Void God spacetime. This Void Dao Academy is like my home and you dare to give me that attitude? Shameless thing. Yu Leng clenched his fists and lowered his head so that Su Kong would not see the resentment in his eyes. Brother Su Kong, I think that he's still not convinced. Does he really think that a half-step ancestor's inheritance is so amazing? Why don't you take a look at what kind of inheritance it is? Someone suggested. Yu Leng's heart sank. Someone else agreed. That's right, Brother Su Kong. Brother Su Kong, just take a look. We're also very curious. Someone could not bear it. That's not good. Isn't that daylight robbery? This is the cultivation world. The weak are prey to the strong. What's wrong with robbery? If he has the ability, let him rob us too. Someone else was disdainful. Yu Leng gritted his teeth and looked up. Coincidentally, he met Su Kang's gaze. Su Kang's eyes were filled with playfulness. This playfulness and teasing gaze caused Yu Leng to have an indescribable resentment. "Pa, look at you. What are you afraid of? Su Kong will not go so far as to rob your trash inheritance. Look at how scared he is. He's even sneaking glances at me. Ha. Ha 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 ha." Everyone's laughter became louder and louder, causing Yu Leng's mind to go blank. This feeling of his pride being stepped on made him go completely crazy. He took out a jade-colored sphere from his cosmic ring. It was the size of a head and was formed by 9 smaller spheres. It was jade-colored and looked sparkling and translucent. It was quite beautiful. The appearance of the sphere made everyone curious. Was this the inheritance that he had obtained? End of chapter. Chapter 3298. Yu Leng was enraged. This was not the inheritance of that powerhouse, but something he had accidentally obtained some time ago. This thing was like a meteorite crashing to the ground. No one other than him saw it, so he brought it back. It was also because of this thing that he did not care about the other cultivators in the 6th Direction training hall. Otherwise, according to his character, he would not have ignored Su Kang's attempt to rope him in. It was because he ignored Su Kong that Su Kong was enraged, which led to this battle. He was not Su Kang's match at all. Su Kong was from the Void Yang tribe and had been taught by a progenitor. He was not someone he could compare to. That powerhouse's inheritance was just like what Su Kong had said. At most he could cultivate slowly, but it was not enough for him to surpass others. However, this thing was different. This was his trump card, a staircase for him to become a powerhouse. Su Kong looked at it with interest. "This is your inheritance?" Yu Leng looked at the jade balls with fanatical eyes. He placed his finger on one of the small balls and knocked on it carefully. Su Kong frowned. There were too many strange things in the universe. In the cultivation world, inheritances could be big or small, so he did not dare to be careless. In front of him, his natal virtual spirit descended. It was a red sword. It was because of this that he could defeat Yu Leng easily with his virtual spirit power. This was the advantage of a virtual spirit space cultivator. The red sword brought with it a burning, killing intent that shrouded Yu Leng. This burning heat came from the sun-scorching technique, the technique of the Void Yang tribe. Yu Leng did not seem to feel it. He just stared at the small ball and kept knocking on it. After a while, a black shadow appeared in the small ball. Then a palm-sized dragonfly-like insect crawled out of the small ball. It was jade-colored as if it was carved out of jade. It looked quite lively. The insect slowly crawled out of the small ball and onto Yu Leng's hand. Yu Leng was excited. His breathing was rapid. Good boy, good boy. Come, come." The insect followed Yu Leng's palm and crawled onto his arm. He was very obedient. Disdainful voices were heard. "I thought it was some amazing inheritance. Isn't it just an insect?" "Yu Leng, this is the inheritance you've been hiding? This insect looks quite pretty. Can be sold for some money." "Huh." Yu Leng carefully touched the insect and looked up. His gaze suddenly turned ferocious. He was extremely fierce. "Bite him to death." The insect spread its wings and turned into a jade-colored streak of light as it flew towards Su Kong. Its speed was extremely fast, which surprised Su Kong. However, this insect didn't bring him any life-threatening danger. It wasn't that powerful. The red sword danced in the air and slashed at the insect. With a bang, the insect was cut down by the sword and fell to the ground, causing the crowd to laugh. However, Su Kong couldn't laugh because the insect didn't die. His natal virtual god sword combined with the scorching sun skill did not kill this insect. This sword should have been enough to kill Yulong. Yulong's eyes widened as he continued to hit the small round ball fervently. Another worm crawled out. It was still the same little ball and it was still the same worm. Then, under everyone's horrified gazes, more and more worms crawled out. It was as if there was no end to them. These worms were all jade-colored and exquisitely carved. They were very exquisite, but they were not real jade-like but worms. On the ground, the insect that was slashed by Su Kong slowly flew up. Under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people, the numerous insects formed a cloud of insects and flew towards Su Kong. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated. One or two of these insects were not scary. What was scary was their numbers. Although they did not look ferocious and terrifying, they were still insects. It was even scarier when there were many ants. Su Kong hurriedly controlled his sword and slashed at the cloud of insects. When the sword pierced through the cloud of insects, many of the insects were slashed to the ground, but they were still alive. As for the sword, it shook and fell to the ground. Su Kang's face turned pale. His virtual god power was gone. How could it be consumed so quickly? In front of him, the cloud of insects danced and flew toward him. Su Kong was horrified and his scalp went numb. The shadow of death shrouded him, and behind him was Yulong's excited and cruel gaze. At this moment, a powerful virtual god power suddenly fell and pressed the cloud of insects to the ground. Even Yulong and Su Kong were pressed down. Su Xianxia arrived. The surrounding students were all frightened by the cloud of insects. When they saw Su Xianxia arriving, they hurriedly bowed. Su Xianxia looked at the cloud of insects that was pressed to the ground by the virtual god power and frowned. His virtual god power was being consumed several times faster than before. Was it because of these insects? These insects actually devoured virtual god power. He had never seen such insects before. What's going on? Su Xianxia shouted. Su Kong lay on the ground and looked at the insects that were less than a meter away from him. These insects looked crystal clear, but they still had ferocious claws and teeth that flashed with sharpness. He felt a lingering fear. If Su Xianxia had not arrived, he would have died. "Sir, it's a spar," a student nearby said. Su Xianxia glanced at Su Kong and Yulong. Finally, his gaze landed on the insects. His virtual god power was being consumed continuously, but these insects had not finished devouring it. He retracted his virtual god power. "Spar. If I hadn't come, it wouldn't have been as simple as a spar." Su Xianxia stared at Yulong. "These insects are yours?" Yulong silently kept the insects back into the ball and did not say a word. On the opposite side, Su Kong stood up and panted. "It's his. It's his inheritance." Su Xianxia looked at Su Kong. "Other people's inheritance has nothing to do with you." Then he looked at Yulong. "It's just a spar, but you were so heavy-handed. If I hadn't come, Su Kong would have died." Yulong kept the ball and looked at Su Xianxia. There was a fanaticism deep in his eyes. The scene just now gave him great confidence. Su Kong was an expert that he could not match, but because of the insects he could easily kill him. He was confident that in the future he would definitely become an expert that could move unhindered in the universe. "I'm asking you a question." Su Xianxia was unhappy and shouted. Yulong said, "Spar." Su Xianxia's gaze turned cold. "Spar? Why did you have to be so heavy-handed?" "In the world of cultivation, the strong prey on the weak." Yulong returned the words of Su Kong and the others, causing Su Kong to grit his teeth. Su Xianxia looked at Yulong's emotionless gaze and felt a headache. He could roughly guess what had happened, but this kind of thing was very common in the 6 directional training halls. Some people could rise after being bullied while others could not recover after a setback. The 6 directional training halls nurtured powerful cultivators, and powerful cultivators had to have a matching temperament. Yulong's temperament was sufficient, but the coldness that came from the bottom of his heart made others care. Su Xianxia waved his hand. "Disperse." Su Kong stared coldly at Yulong and left with the others. Yulong sneered. This person was no longer in his eyes. Given some time, he would be able to become a powerful cultivator. There were more than one kind of insect. Just as he was about to leave, Su Xianxia's voice came from behind him. "Yulong, I know you're being bullied, but you have to stick to your bottom line." Back then, even Master Lu was bullied in the 6 directional training halls, but he still walked out. No one is born a powerful cultivator. Only by sticking to your bottom line can you go further. Yulong was surprised. Master Lu? He had heard of him before. It was said that when the 6 directional training halls were first established, Zhou Xian was already there. He admired Master Lu back then and helped him solve many problems. In the end, he even pulled Master Lu into the Void God space. That was also Master Lu's first step into the 6 directional training halls. Zhou Xian's position in the 6 directional training halls was extremely high. Even if he was not an extremely powerful cultivator because of his old relationship with Master Lu, no one in the 6 directional training halls dared to offend him. Yulong bowed to Zhou Xian and left. Zhou Xian shook his head. He was just giving a reminder. Whether Yulong took it or not was up to him. The world of cultivation was a cruel place. No one knew if they would be able to survive the next day. If Yulong still had this kind of personality, he would be unlucky one day. However, those insects of his were still very interesting. Who knew which powerhouse's treasure was left behind? In the Above Heaven sect, Progenitor Qin hurriedly found Lu Yin and told him what had happened. Lu Yin was shocked. Primordial fiend? Let's go, we can't let him escape. Soon he contacted Mr. Mu and followed Progenitor Qin to the spacetime where the landscape painting was. Even if the chances of finding it were slim, they still had to go. Unsurprisingly, when they arrived, the starry sky was empty. The landscape map was gone. That's normal. Primordial fiend wouldn't be waiting here to be killed by us, Mr. Mu said, not surprised. Senior Progenitor Qin, is that landscape painting really that powerful? Even you almost couldn't escape? Lu Yin asked. He was very clear about Progenitor Qin's strength. Even if he could not win against Primordial Fiend, escaping would not be a problem. Moreover, whether he could win or not was another matter. Progenitor Qin's self-created consecutive palm was a battle technique that became stronger when faced with a strong opponent. Even Progenitor She could not block his strongest palm strike. At that time, Progenitor She was really killed by a single palm strike. Consecutive palm strikes could borrow the power of Immemorial City's flames. How many people could block such power? Even if Progenitor Qin could not win, Primordial Fiend should not be able to stop him from leaving. However, Progenitor Qin said that he almost could not escape. Progenitor Qin was afraid. That old man's landscape painting is known as the foundation of the sequence. It was refined from all the sequence particles of 77 powerhouses who cultivated the so close, yet worlds apart sequence laws. Once you enter it, it is equivalent to entering a sea of sequence particles. Everything inside is composed of sequence particles. If not for consecutive palm strikes that could borrow the power of those sequence particles, I would not have been able to escape. He then looked at Mr. Mu. I also have to thank Senior for destroying that old man's weapon in Immemorial City. Progenitor Qin was referring to a bell. Primordial Fiend had relied on this bell to fight Mr. Mu to a standstill in Immemorial City. However, during the final battle in Immemorial City, Mr. Mu had shattered this bell, causing Primordial Fiend's strength to decline and he could only escape. Mr. Mu looked at Progenitor Qin solemnly. 77 powerhouses who cultivated the so close yet worlds apart sequence laws? Lu Yin was shocked. How could there be so many powerhouses who cultivated the same sequence laws? Progenitor Qin looked at the sky. I was also shocked when I first heard about it. It was the same feeling as when I first heard that progenitors could be bestowed. The Grand Empyrean of Reincarnation Time and Space could bestow the 3 sovereigns and 9 sages. At that time I felt like I had been cheated, but I only found out about this after I learned more about reincarnation time and space. That old man doesn't seem to be lying. Chapter 3299. Mr. Mu sighed. In the universe, there are too many methods of cultivation. Even our universe has given birth to countless methods of cultivation. Can be said that every progenitor realm is a method of cultivation. The universe that I am from has finally achieved the same thing with all the methods of cultivation, creating the most suitable method for cultivation. It is the same for the spiritualized universe. They are definitely universes of the same thing. Lu Yin continued, our universe doesn't have any assimilation. That's why we're at a disadvantage compared to the spiritualized universe, Mr. Mu said. Progenitor Qin had a headache. This kind of cultivation is like cheating. Every one of us has a different ending when we cultivate, but the spiritualized universe has already announced the answer. Everyone just needs to cultivate according to the answer. The scariest thing is that all the answers can be stacked to form an even more terrifying sequence foundation. That old man said that the landscape painting is ranked 7th in their spiritualized universe's sequence foundation. Mr. Mu nodded. If this is the cultivation method of the spiritualized universe, then it's not impossible. I believe that the first-ranked sequence foundation is incomparably terrifying. It's very likely that it's in the hands of that grass master. Facing an eternal realm powerhouse was already quite difficult, but the entire spiritualized universe was also difficult to deal with. In the entire Tianyuan universe, how many people were confident of defeating or trapping Progenitor Qin? The landscape painting could do it, and Progenitor Qin almost couldn't escape. This was just the sequence foundation. Lu Yin believed that other than the sequence foundation, the cultivators of the spiritualized universe were also extremely powerful. Even if they didn't control the sequence foundation, there would still be absolute powerhouses who could control the sequence laws just like their universe. Primordial Origin, Tianxi and Zhou Xian were all absolute powerhouses. The spiritualized universe was dealing with the consciousness universe while also infiltrating the Tianyuan universe with ease. It was difficult to estimate how powerful this universe was. However, no matter how powerful the spiritualized universe was, it wouldn't cause Lu Yin to feel as hopeless as when he saw the 6 zones of disaster. Only a grass master or an eternal realm powerhouse could make him feel so hopeless. In Lu Yin's opinion, the threat of a spiritualized universe couldn't compare to the threat of an eternal realm powerhouse. That was a terrifying being that the ancient gods couldn't even resist. Even if there were restrictions, no one knew how many lives would be used to fulfill those restrictions. Not seeing the end would make people feel hopeless, but seeing the end would also make people feel hopeless. Progenitor Qin was relieved. He would rather see the end. Even if everyone's lives were used, it was better than waiting. What did Wang Xiaoyu say? Lu Yin asked. Patriarch Qin looked at the starry sky in a daze. I've always believed in her. Lu Yin hesitated. At first they had confirmed that Wang Xiaoyu was the greatest redback in the history of the Fifth Mainland, which had led to a war between the Fifth Mainland and the Sixth Mainland, which had led to the collapse of the Daoist sect. However, they had later discovered that Wang Xiaoyu might be a spy, and Lu Yin had hoped that Progenitor Qin would be able to take her away from the battlefield at Primeval City. However, Ancestor Qin was obviously lured into the landscape map and was in imminent danger. Yet she did not do anything. Was it because she had confidence in Ancestor Qin, or was she really a redback who did not care about Ancestor Qin? Lu Yin couldn't see through Wang Xiaoyu's intentions. Lu Yin wanted to traverse the river of time in search of the landscape of the nation painting, but he was stopped by Mr. Mu with a complicated look in his eyes. To the same time. Lu Yin thought about it and agreed. Traversing the river of time was not invincible. Once the enemy was on guard, they might not be able to do anything to Lu Yin while he was traversing the river of time. This was especially true for a powerhouse like Primordial. Lu Yin had traversed the river of time 3 times. The first time was when he had broken through with flowing light, and the only true god had not been on guard. The second time was when he had searched for Wei Nu, who had been waiting for him. The third time was when he had searched for Bai Wuxian, who was clearly seeking death. Lu Yin had been fine all 3 times, but that did not mean that he could do it all the time. Mr. Mu had cultivated for too long and had seen through too many things. He would not allow Lu Yin to repeat his past mistakes. Progenitor Qin left again to find Wang Xiaoyu. Lu Yin was worried that he would be ambushed by Primordial, but Progenitor Qin was not afraid. Mr. Mu sighed. This person is truly outstanding. The stronger he meets, the stronger he becomes. He's like a remnant flame of a civilization. Even if the entire civilization is destroyed, he can still reignite it. Lu Yin returned to the sect above and contacted Progenitor Qin. Grandmaster Grass should have gone to the spiritualized universe, which would inevitably lead to a war. Those who did not understand the spiritualized universe would be at a disadvantage. The one who understood the spiritualized universe the most was none other than Progenitor Qin. Progenitor Qin had been searching for the only true god, but there had been no news so far. When he returned to the sect above, Progenitor Qin was no longer facing Lu Yin alone, but the former 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords including Mr. Mu. Everyone was waiting for news from the spiritualized universe. This solemn expression made Progenitor Qin feel that something had happened. Lu Yin directly told Progenitor Qin about the ancient god. Progenitor Qin fell silent. I didn't expect Gu Yizhi to be a spy. You knew? Hongyan Mavis asked as she stared at Progenitor Qin. Progenitor Qin sighed. I guessed it. Gu Yizhi has never been disloyal to the Eternals. He is controlled by the only true God, so it is impossible for him to be disloyal. However, that does not mean that he will do his best. He has not done his best in many wars, especially the one with the Astral Tree Galaxy. Do you really think that you can completely block the 7 sky gods by relying on the origin space to expel external enemies and reduce your strength? To block Gu Yizhi, at least Lu Yuan has to take action. Otherwise, even if Lu Tianyi can block Gu Yizhi, it is impossible to block the other 7 sky gods. The 7 sky gods have different thoughts. Gu Yizhi does not do his best, the Forgetful Ruins god mainly protects himself, and the Undying god rarely takes action. The only ones who really want to take down the Astral Tree Galaxy are He Wuxian, the zombie god, and the sorcerer god. Otherwise, the Astral Tree Galaxy would not be able to block all of the 7 sky gods. Lu Tianyi said, the reason why we can block the 7 sky gods is that they did not do their best. However, even if you and we can see it, how can the Eternals not see it? Progenitor Qin laughed. What difference does it make whether they can see it or not? They can't just kill Gu Yizhi and the others. Do you think it is easy for the Eternals to find experts to replace Gu Yizhi and the others? The 7 sky gods and the 3 pillars and the 6 boundless gods were gathered by the only true god from the era of the sect above. By the way, He Wuxian does not belong to your universe. He is from the consciousness universe. Lu Yin was surprised. He Wuxian is also from the consciousness universe. Progenitor Qin looked at Lu Yin. Also, aside from He Wuxian, there is also Bai Wuxian from the consciousness universe. Master Lu, do you know of him? Lu Yin nodded. So that was how it was. He Wuxian and Bai Wuxian were both from the consciousness universe, so it was no wonder that their names were so similar. The consciousness universe has been constantly losing to the spiritualized universe, which has led to the betrayal of many sentient life forms, just like the humans' redbacks. The spiritualized universe does not trust these sentient life forms, so they simply sent them to the Tianyuan universe and handed them over to the Eternals. This is considered a show of sincerity in cooperating with the Eternals. Of course, it could also be used to monitor them. Bai Wuxian has the ability to transform into a microscopic life form and can influence a person's consciousness. He is the mastermind behind the development of the redbacks. Many of the humans' redbacks and spies all come from Bai Wuxian. She is very smart in her list of Eternals. As for He Wuxian, I did not know what abilities he had in the past, and the strength he displayed was average. However, after the battle in Immemorial City, I realized that his consciousness is even stronger than Bai Wuxian's. Our consciousness universe has divided the strength of consciousness into different levels. The lowest level is the 9 wheels of consciousness, which corresponds to your primordial space's 9 wheels of consciousness. Above the 9 wheels of consciousness is the starlight realm, which corresponds to your progenitor realm. Astral realm consciousness corresponds to your sequence laws powerhouses. Astral realm consciousness corresponds to your primordial realm powerhouses. Astral realm consciousness corresponds to your tribulation realm. The highest level is the universe realm consciousness. Of course, we believe that this consciousness is only a legend and has never appeared before. Naturally, it corresponds to your legends, the Eternals. Although He Wuxian's strength is only at the level corresponding to the sequence rules, his consciousness is at the celestial level. This consciousness does not refer to Su Jin's cultivation consciousness, but refers to his life. If he wants to fully utilize this consciousness in battle, it will actually consume He Wuxian's life. Therefore, he has never used this consciousness at the celestial level. Instead, he has turned it into a path that will prevent you from finding Immemorial City. You were not wrongly schemed against by him. According to our consciousness universe, the one who schemed against you is a tribulation realm powerhouse on the same level as the Eternals and Taichu. Wu Tian interrupted, you mean that no matter how strong a consciousness is, if a life form from the consciousness universe wants to fully utilize their consciousness, they will consume their life. The ancestor of the past was helpless. That's right. That's why our consciousness universe is at an obvious disadvantage against the spiritualized universe. Once we fight with our lives on the line, it will be extremely difficult for us to recover. The more we fight, the weaker we become. Do you know about the existence of the Grass Grandmaster? Jialan Jilua suddenly asked. The ancestor of the past shook her head. Believe me, I really do not know. I have already explained this to Master Lu. If I knew, I would have told you and watched Gu Yizhi die. With Gu Yizhi dead, your strength will be greatly reduced and it will not benefit our consciousness universe. I am not doing this for Gu Yizhi, but for our consciousness universe itself. Since you can discover that He Wuxian is a life form from the consciousness universe, why can't they discover you? Chui did not understand. The ancestor of the past said, they do not care about being exposed, but I will not be exposed. Everyone asked the ancestor of the past many questions and she answered them all. She knew. She did not, she would say that she did not know. No matter how sincere she appeared, it was impossible for everyone to completely trust her. Regardless of whether it was the spiritualized universe or the consciousness universe, they could all become their enemies in the future. You still can't find the Eternals and the rest? Luyin asked. The ancestor of the past sighed. We can't find them at all. The Eternals are trapped by Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Before the realm is completely removed, he will not take the risk to come out. What's up with that dog? Void Master suddenly asked. Chapter 3300. In all the previous wars, it was always Void 5 flavors who caused trouble for the dog, which made the Void Master very concerned. If he did not get rid of the dog, he always felt that it was an insult to the Void God universe. Heavenly Lord Victor was also present. His expression was ugly. He could not kill that dog either. Of course, everyone else was in the same situation. Outside the bone vessel, the Eternals had set up a limitless power source box array, and it was that dog that was blocking everyone's path. Ancestor Shi's eyes flashed. I don't know about that dog either. The Void Master immediately looked at the ancestor with an unfriendly gaze. He's one of the captains of the True God Guard. His status is much lower than yours and you say you don't know? The ancestor of the past looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, you were once the captain of a True God Guard. Did I say anything to that dog? Lu Yin thought about it and realized that there really wasn't. The ancestor of the past had completely ignored that dog. That dog was really like a dog. Back then, when he first joined the ranks of the True God Guard captains, he even peed on him, leaving a deep impression on him. When I joined the Eternals, the Tengu was already here. It can enter and exit the Black Mother Tree at will, and it can't be killed no matter what. I thought that it would have no natural enemies, but... She looked at Lu Yin again. Master Lu, you were actually able to find its natural enemy. The ancestor of the past was referring to the stench. That was something that even the sequence laws couldn't block. That's right, I wanted to ask about that too. Master Lu, what exactly is that thing? Void Master was curious. The others were also curious, including Mr. Mu. Lu Yin shrugged. Would you believe me if I said I didn't know? Believe me, I can't destroy that thing. Previously, Su Wei had used a stinky object to deal with the Heavenly Hound. He had also taken it and wanted to crush it, but he could not. That's enough, Ancestor Shi. I've called you here because I want to know more about the spiritualized universe. Progenitor Qin encountered something called the Jiangshan map. Do you know about it? Lu Yin asked. Ancestor Shi was shocked. Landscape map? Did you bring them here? Everyone looked at each other. As expected, she knew. Only she knew. I understand why Master Lu called me here. I do know a little about the spiritualized universe, but it's impossible to say that I know a lot about it. It's already not easy for me to enter your Tianyuan universe from the spiritualized universe. In order to reduce the possibility of being discovered by the spiritualized universe, I won't take the initiative to come into contact with any life forms in the spiritualized universe. Therefore, my knowledge is limited, said Ancestor Shi. Lu Yin replied, then tell me what you know. Ancestor Shi swept his gaze across everyone and slowly said, in essence, the spiritualized universe is no different from your Tianyuan universe. I have been in the Tianyuan universe for so many years, and to be honest, there are times when I feel that the Tianyuan universe is a spiritualized universe. They are both dominated by humans and have a physical body as a vessel for one's consciousness. There are two major differences, and it can be said that the spiritualized universe surpasses your Tianyuan universe. These two are both differences and shortcuts. First, at the beginning of the cultivation of the spirit universe, there is a process called spirit rising. That is to say, at the beginning of cultivation, regardless of whether it is a human or any other creature, the seed of spirit rising will be placed in their body. No matter what kind of power they cultivate, the power they obtain will also be obtained by the seed of spirit rising. In the end, they will achieve spirit molting, which is to use the seed of spirit rising to replace their physical body. Because this seed has been cultivating in the body all this time, it absorbs the purest energy, including one's thoughts and consciousness, eventually converging into this seed. After the spirit molting, the cultivator can choose to retain their original biological form or change into other forms. It all depends on the direction of the cultivator's cultivation. This method not only ensures that one's body is perfectly compatible with one's strength, but it also allows one to shed their mortal body and reach a state that is most suitable for cultivation. Lu Yin and the rest were shocked when they heard Ancestor Shi's words. There was such a method? Hongyan Mavis asked. If a cultivator has not reached the spirit molting realm and is on the verge of death, can they use spirit molting to be reborn? Ancestor Shi nodded. That's right, they can. Everyone looked at each other in shock. This was not normal, and the starting point was much higher than the cultivators of their universe. Actually, after many years, I have created a shortcut for your Tianyuan universe and revealed this shortcut to the primordial space, which is the fifth mainland. Ancestor Shi looked at Lu Yin as he spoke. A thought flashed through Lu Yin's mind and he blurted out, Formcast model? Ancestor Shi nodded. The fifth mainland's formcast model is the method I came up with. It refers to the spiritualized universe's spiritualization. Before this, you cultivators could receive enlightenment, but that method had too many restrictions and only powerful families could do it. However, formcast models can be widely used and can even be bought and sold, ultimately increasing your overall strength. Lu Yin had never thought that the formcast model would be created by Ancestor Shi. He had relied on it to climb up step by step, and his Dai's enhance had also helped him save a lot of time. The fifth mainland's formcast model was said to have originated from an ancient civilization, but no one knew its true origins. Outside of the fifth mainland, there were no formcast models in other spacetimes, not even the astral tree domain or the sixth mainland. Formcast models can increase one's overall strength, but it can only save a portion of time. It can't achieve the spirit molting ability of a spiritualized universe, so I didn't pay much attention to it after passing it to the fifth mainland. Ancestor Shi recalled, a spiritualized universe of great harmony can use a portion of time to try out the best cultivation path. This is something that your Tianyuan universe and even our consciousness universe aren't able to achieve. They are ahead of us. What's the other difference? Wu Tian was curious. A spiritualized universe's cultivation method was very strange, and he cared about this the most as he taught the masses. Ancestor Shi continued, the second difference is the path. Your cultivation path has no one to guide you, and even your masters only let you cultivate on your own. They don't completely plan out your path. Spiritualized universes are different. Great Harmony's cultivation pattern allowed them to plan out their future paths. There are 88 sequence methods, which are the sequence laws. Using these sequence methods to cultivate, they use sequence particles to form the foundation of the sequence. This is something that you can't compare to. Let me ask you, how can a universe that has experienced countless years and developed the same cultivation method be compared to your scattered cultivation? This is especially true for the foundation of the sequence, which is formed from the sequence particles of powerhouses who cultivated the sequence laws. The Xianxia map was formed from 77 cultivators who cultivated the so close, yet worlds apart sequence. They poured in all their sequence particles before they died to form the foundation of the sequence. Mr. Mu asked solemnly, how did they do it? Ancestor Shi shook his head, I don't know. Spiritualized universes have their own methods. They had an eternal life realm expert before, so maybe this is the method that eternal life realm expert came up with. The Xianxia map is ranked 7th. What do you know about this map? Jialan Jiluo asked. Ancestor Shi thought for a moment. The greatest use of the spiritualized universe's so close, yet worlds apart sequence law is to make it hard for the enemy to attack and find the correct distance. It is ranked 35th among the 88 sequence methods in the spiritualized universe. Its ranking isn't high because it doesn't provide much help in battle, but it has an advantage, which is that it is easy to cultivate. After so many years in the spiritualized universe, there will always be a fixed group of people who cultivate the so close, yet worlds apart sequence law. Although there are very few who reach the sequence law level, it is similar to your Tianyuan universe. Not to mention the sequence law, even progenitor realm experts will find it hard to cultivate it. However, their entire universe has long been the same. There is a fixed path, a future direction, all the resources, and a creature that can dominate everything, so there is no need to worry about this. After countless years slowly accumulating, there will always be a group of people who can cultivate the sequence law. Before these people die, they will pour their sequence particles into the Xianxia map, finally creating the foundation of the sequence. The so close, yet worlds apart doesn't have any abilities, but because it is easy to cultivate, the number of people who created the Xianxia map is 77. Therefore the Xianxia map can be ranked 7th. Once one enters the map, they will be drowned by the endless sequence particles. It is difficult for a single person's sequence particles to resist. The spiritualized universe experts in the map are so close, yet worlds apart to any enemy who enters. They don't even need to make a move and can bury the enemy with their sequence particles. The ancestor of the past looked at everyone. Ancestor Chen was able to escape from the Xianxia map, which is beyond my expectations. In theory, it is impossible to escape without reaching the primordial realm. Seeing that everyone was silent, she continued, I don't know much about the foundation of the spiritualized universe's sequence. The Xianxia map has fought in our consciousness universe before, so I know about it. There is another foundation of the sequence called the sealed world, which was also fought in our consciousness universe before. This foundation of the sequence is ranked 5th, condensed by 359 experts who cultivated the impression sequence law. 359? Everyone was shocked. The ancestor of the past said, the more there are, the weaker the sequence law is because it is easy to cultivate. The impression sequence law is ranked 79th among the sequence laws, which is considered the last of the sequence laws. It is not very useful and can even be said to be useless. It is just using sequence particles to simulate the impression of a living being. This is the law of the universe. When two living beings face each other, they will always have an impression. If they feel that the other is strong, they will be afraid. If they feel that the other is weak, they will have confidence. This is the greatest use of the sequence law. It can be considered as a form of encouragement. After cultivating it, you will not be afraid of any strong enemy. Some people with strong wills can do it without cultivating it. The impression sequence law is easy to cultivate and it will not be of much use in battle. However, condensing it into a foundation of the sequence is different. The sealed world is condensed by 359 experts of the impression sequence law, and when the impression sequence law reaches the peak, it can reverse heaven and man, using the impression to replace the main body. Lu Yin's gaze changed. Replace? The ancestor of the past said solemnly, replace, this is the reversal of heaven and man. The most terrifying thing about the sealed world is that once you enter the sealed world, the spiritualized universe's people do not need to attack the enemy. They only need to attack the enemy's impression to injure the main body. This is an extremely terrifying method that cannot be defended against. Some of the spiritualized life forms in our consciousness universe have suffered great losses because of this sealed world. You must remember, do not fall into the sealed world or you will die. Chapter 3301. Before anyone could react, Ancestor Shi's expression turned solemn. There's another sequence foundation called the monolith. If there's a reason why our consciousness universe failed, then it's because of the appearance of this monolith sequence foundation. Before this sequence foundation appeared, we were evenly matched with the spiritualized universe. Perhaps they had the upper hand, but they didn't have the ability to defeat us. What truly defeated us was this monolith sequence foundation, which is ranked 3rd among the spiritualized universe's 10 sequence foundations. She took a deep breath, and with an indescribable hatred and fear she slowly said, of the 88 sequence foundations in the spiritualized universe, ranked 2nd is the heart of monolith. This sequence foundation is extremely difficult to cultivate, and cultivating it is equivalent to turning one's body into a monolith. It requires great willpower, wisdom, and sacrifice. Very few people in the spiritualized universe cultivate this sequence foundation, but in every era, there are always a few who believe that they have the willpower to attempt it. Since ancient times, there have only been 5 people who have truly cultivated the heart as a monolith sequence law. These 5 people were all top elites of their generation. When they were alive, they traversed the universe. With the heart as a monolith sequence law, they could achieve what they wanted and what they saw. With their thoughts, they could change the universe and change others. In the era when I came to your Tianyuan universe, I had never seen anyone master this sequence. In the entire spiritualized universe, there have only been 5 people who have mastered it, creating the foundation of this monolith sequence. They used their supreme consciousness to sweep through our consciousness universe, wiping out all sentient life forms. It was as easy as wiping away a stain on a drawing board. Ancestor, she then looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, I know that you devoured Su Jin's consciousness. If you face the monolith sequence foundation, you can use your consciousness to attack and victory will be decided in an instant. The monolith sequence foundation can completely destroy your consciousness. It won't devour or consume it, but it will destroy it. It will wipe your consciousness from this universe and turn you into an idiot. Su Jin was one of the Eternal's 3 pillars and 6 limitless. He was powerful and his consciousness was almost invincible. However, his consciousness couldn't compare to the monolith sequence foundation. In terms of consciousness, he couldn't compare to He Wuxian, but even He Wuxian wouldn't be able to resist the monolith sequence foundation. The monolith sequence foundation is the nemesis of all consciousness. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed and everyone around him fell silent. The ancestor of the past only mentioned 3 sequence bases, but each one was more powerful than the last. They had the ability to make people feel pressured. So close, yet worlds apart, celestial reversal, consciousness nemesis, and these were only 3 of them. There were still 7 other sequence foundations. Apart from that, there were 88 sequence laws. These sequence laws were the same as the sequence laws of the Tianyuan universe, who said that the spiritualized universe did not have peak experts at the sequence laws level. Not only did they have it, but they also had a lot of it. Otherwise, how could they have the confidence to deal with the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe at the same time? The ancestor of the past had a heavy expression. These are merely the martial prowess of the spiritualized universes. The most terrifying aspect of them is that they possess the cultivation environment of spirit rise and spirit molt. Even if our 2 universes join forces to defeat them in this era, their rise will be extremely fast. They already have a fixed path and there is no need for them to break through. As long as they continue walking down this path, they will definitely surpass us. They will walk down this path very quickly while we will be slow and filled with twists and turns. With that she left. She had already told him everything she knew. How to deal with the spiritualized universe was up to the above heaven sect. In the past she had wanted to lead the Tianyuan universe to deal with the spiritualized universe, but there was no need to do so now. The spiritualized universe would not let the Tianyuan universe go. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Otherwise, a huge battle was unavoidable. Everyone fell silent. What truly pressured them was not the sequence foundations, but the spiritualized universe's cultivation method and Master Grass, who was an eternal realm expert. To be able to reach the eternal realm under such a cultivation method meant that the spiritualized universe's path was the right one. A shortcut and the right path was what pressured them the most. If the above heaven sect had not been destroyed and had continued to exist until now, Lu Yin believed that the Tianyuan universe would have been unified long ago and achieved a fixed cultivation method. This was the final reason why Master Grass had asked the 4 protectors to attack the primogenitor. He would not allow the Tianyuan universe to walk the path of a spiritualized universe because that path was the right one. A soft laugh came from Lu Yin. Everyone looked at him. Everyone, this universe is really not lonely. After cultivating for so long, wouldn't it be too boring if we only pursued realms? Lu Yin stretched his back. Heavenly Lord Victor bumped his fists together. Only fighting is eternal passion. I don't want to fight, but I don't want it to be too boring either, Sapphire Giloa said. Chu Yi shook his head. I used to think that Master was the pinnacle. Now it seems that even Master has room for improvement. Master, work hard. Wu Tian smiled. Living beings will never be able to break through the universe's restrictions. As long as this spiritualized universe still exists in the universe that we know, we can fight. It's not easy. We have to think of a way. It's best if we launch a sneak attack. Su Wangtian was distressed as he sat down and shook his slippers. Ancestor Ku placed his hands behind his back. I can scout ahead. Who were the people present? The 3 realms and 6 paths, the 3 suns and 6 lords. They were the most powerful people in the Tianyuan universe. No matter how desperate the primogenitor was, they would not despair. A spiritualized universe and an eternal realm expert would definitely be pressured. The pressure of death would make it difficult for people to breathe, but it would not crush them. They only had one thing to consider now: how to deal with Master Grass and the spiritualized universe. The most troublesome thing right now is that we don't know when the spiritualized universe will arrive. Hongyan Mavis felt a headache coming on. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. We have some problems on our side as well. The Eternals, the Forgotten Ruins deities, and the spiritualized universe's primordial monster. If we don't deal with these people, there'll always be trouble in the future. However, it won't be easy to find them. Let's prepare to deal with the spiritualized universe first. He looked at Zhou Ran, who was happily picking flowers at the back of the mountain. He would use this tributary of the River of Time to explore the spiritualized universe. Everyone dispersed as they now had a basic understanding of the spiritualized universe. They all had their own ideas and Lu Yin was powerless to interfere. The only thing he could do was use the power of the Sky Sect to destroy the spiritualized universe's forces that were pressuring them. These were the cultivators from Ling Qi and Ling Molting. Although these cultivators were very weak, as long as they were dealt with, the spiritualized universe would not be completely pressuring them. In the Sky Sect's main hall, Wang Wen, Wei Rong and the other higher-ups gathered. Zi Jing and the other researchers from the back garden were also present. They were reporting the progress of the research in the back garden, as well as the details of the black energy source and the creation of microarray weapons. Lu Yin ordered for the back garden to be moved to the 5 astral races so that they could accelerate the research with different spacetime flows. At the same time, Wang Wen and Wei Rong were ordered by the Sky Sect to gather all the resources from the parallel spacetime and use them to create the black energy source and microarray weapons. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. These materials were sent to the Limitless Empire to create mechas. The spiritualized universe had their own unified cultivation method, which was not something the Tianyuan universe could compare to. However, the Tianyuan universe also had its own advantages. Although their cultivation methods were scattered, many of the cultivation methods had been developed by the ancestors over the years, and this did not mean that they were worthless. For example, energy sources and mechas. Now they had to make full use of these advantages to increase the strength of the Tianyuan universe. Although they could not increase their strength to the point where they could fight against the sequence laws and sequence foundations, as long as there were enough of them, they would be able to threaten the spiritualized universe's forces. War did not necessarily require a fight to the death. Absolute strength was also a factor in war. Lu Yin missed Huizhu very much. If he threw Huizhu into the spiritualized universe, who knew what kind of destructive power he would cause? The Sky Sect's actions could not be hidden from outsiders, and as the Sky Sect's actions grew larger and larger, the outside world began to speculate more and more. Many people said that the Sky Sect was going to attack the parallel spacetimes that did not intend to connect or submit to the Sky Sect. This rumor scared many parallel spacetimes into requesting to connect. Many parallel spacetimes believed that the Sky Sect had not discovered them, so they did not dare to take the risk. This rumor had actually been spread by Wei Rong as he was too good at this. Just a casual rumor had caused more than a dozen parallel spacetimes to appear, which meant that the resources they would bring with them would be enormous. Lu Yin looked at the lake. The spiritualized universes were hostile to each other, and as long as they appeared, they would fight. However, for eternity, as long as Primordial Beginning and the others did not deal with them, they would always be a thorn in their side. The landscape painting was still in the Tianyuan universe, and even if Progenitor Chen could use it, it did not mean that others could as well. Primordial Beginning was not weak either. While the Sky Sect was busy, news came from White Cloud City that the primordial thunder locusts were attacking. Lu Yin immediately went to White Cloud City. When he arrived at White Cloud City's parallel spacetime, he saw the sound of thunder exploding in the distance. His gaze turned cold. The primordial thunder locusts were always looking for trouble with White Cloud City. The Sky Sect and the Eternals had fought several times with the primordial thunder locusts, and they were all enemies. It was time to deal with them as well. Outside of Earth, Kong Tianzhao was blocking the primordial thunder locusts. He had borrowed Jiang Feng's sword, but he could only barely block the locusts and he would not be able to hold on for much longer. When he saw Kong Tianzhao, Lu Yin felt that the man was unlucky, as he had been unable to break through in several life-or-death battles. It seemed that although White Cloud City had taken a shortcut, it would not be easy to break through to the next level. Lu Yin arrived, and Li Shou bared his fangs while Su Wang coiled around Lu Yin's waist and flapped his tail. The primordial thunder locust suddenly turned around and stared at Lu Yin, golden lightning crashing down and sweeping towards him. Lu Yin grabbed Li Shou and Su Wang and tossed them out. Deal with it. Li Shou and Su Wang were stunned, and they were struck by the golden lightning before they could even react. Enraged, they both attacked the primordial thunder locust. The primordial thunder locusts were so powerful that White Cloud City could not do anything about them. Li Shou and Su Wang were not weak either, and they were the pinnacle of strength in this universe. The three behemoths clashed, and the shock it brought was unparalleled. With a boom, Li Shou punched out, its power scattering the lightning. Su Wang followed the punch and crashed into the primordial thunder locusts. The primordial thunder locust's strength was not weak either, and it did not rely solely on its lightning to attack. The collision was earth-shattering. End of chapter. Chapter 3302. Lu Yin came to Earth and stood beside Kong Tianzhao. Uncle Kong, are you all right? He called Jiang Feng Uncle Jiang. Kong Tianzhao was of the same generation as Jiang Feng and was also Jiang Qingyue's master. Kong Tianzhao nodded and let go of the sword. The sword flew back to Earth. White Cloud City. Jiang Feng sat there motionlessly. The sword fell into his arms and he hugged it, oblivious to the outside world. Seeing this, Lu Yin felt sad. The Lightning Lord had fallen to such a state. What would happen to old ancestor Lu Yuan? Once the stone door was opened, the spiritualized universe would attack. Old ancestor Lu Yuan would not be able to withstand it. In the starry sky, the three colossal beings clashed and tangled. The strength beast and the illusionary beast were both blasted black. The primordial thunder locust was not having a good time either. He constantly suffered the strength beast's heavy punches. He wanted to counterattack, but the illusionary beast kept smashing into him and devouring his energy. Li Shou would praise Su Wang from time to time and Su Wang would praise him back. Lu Pianran appeared and praised, "Little Seven, are these two your pets?" Lu Yin nodded. "They are a little silly but they are still useful." Lu Pianran smiled. Jiang Feng had a pet too. It was called the 9th Grade Thunder Eagle during the apocalypse. Unfortunately, it could not keep up with him and died during the battle in the starry sky. Kong Tianzhao said, "Too many people died in White Cloud City. Earth and the starry sky were connected too hastily. If those people appeared now, it would not have ended up like this." "Lu, how is Uncle Jiang?" Lu Yin asked. Lu Pianran shook her head. "Still the same." Jiang Qin and Jiang Qingyue appeared. Seeing Li Shou and Su Wang fighting the immemorial thunder locust, Jiang Chen's eyes widened. "Brother Lu, are those two yours?" Lu Yin's lips curved. "Yes." "So cool." Jiang Qin exclaimed. Jiang Qingyue's eyes lit up as she thought of the statue in the sky. It was the ancestor with a divine eagle on his shoulder and the ancestral mang around his waist. Looking at the immemorial thunder locust, Lu Yin suddenly thought of something. Why did the immemorial thunder locust come when Uncle Jiang became like this? When he found Jiang Feng outside the stone door, there were traces of him being severely injured by lightning. The ancient thunder locust had just arrived at that time and had not made a move yet. After sensing Master Grass's aura, it fled. Only Jiang Feng stood in the starry sky. If it was not for the ancient thunder locust, the Grass Master would not have used the power of thunder on Jiang Feng. There was only one possibility for the power of thunder to hurt Jiang Feng. Withered Ancestor had been deprived of a period of time. From Mr. Mu's point of view, once that period of time was taken away, the opportunity that belonged to that period of time would be lost completely. It was equivalent to losing a period of time and it would affect the consequences. In other words, Master Greengrass had deprived Jiang Feng of his ability to cultivate thunder, which had caused him to be injured by the thunder he had used before, causing him to lose the power of thunder. Since the power of lightning was gone, why would the ancient thunder locusts appear? Could it be that he was holding a grudge? He remembered the location of the White Cloud City. Regardless of whether Jiang Feng still had the power of lightning, it would still attack. Or was there some other reason? "Go hit it, hit it." Jiang Qin was excited and kept waving his arms. In the distance, Li Shou punched the ancient thunder locust, causing it to cry out in pain. The golden lightning followed the fist and hit Li Shou's body, charring his whole body and forcing him to retreat. Su Wang whipped the ancient thunder locust with his tail. The same lightning followed the tail and hit Su Wang's body. Su Wang did not have a good time either. The ancient thunder locust. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. It was even worse after being beaten by two giants. Seeing that the golden lightning had weakened, it turned and left. Li Shou and Su Wang were about to chase after it, but the ancient thunder locust turned around and stared at them fiercely. Thunder exploded, lighting up the starry sky. It was very ferocious. Li Shou and Su Wang stopped at the same time. They looked at each other and stopped moving. The ancient thunder locust quickly escaped. Lu Yin shouted, "Go after it and catch it. If it escapes, I will bombard the two of you with thunder every day." Li Shou and Su Wang turned around to look at Lu Yin and subconsciously gave him a thumbs up. Lu Yin glared at them. Immediately, Li Shou grinned. He was very unwilling, but he moved quickly. He jumped onto Su Wang's tail and Su Wang swung its tail, sending Li Shou flying towards the ancient thunder locust. The ancient thunder locust turned around and unleashed a bolt of lightning. It was a ferocious and terrifying threat. Li Shou clenched his fists, withstanding the might of the lightning, and punched the ancient thunder locust's body. The locust howled in pain as the lightning struck Li Shou's body. Li Shou howled in pain as well. Su Wang rushed over and slapped the ancient thunder locust unconscious with his tail. This battle between giants had come to an end. Lu Yin had not needed to do anything from the beginning to the end. Li Shou, Su Wang, and the ancient thunder locust were all extremely powerful creatures that surpassed the caged Wyrm and the ancestral turtle. As for the divine eagle and the ancestral mang, they should be about the same. After all, they had lived for so long and had followed the progenitor. Even though the ancient thunder locust had been knocked unconscious, the lightning on its body had not dissipated. Li Shou gave Su Wang a thumbs up and bared his white teeth. He pointed at the ancient thunder locust, subconsciously telling it to pull it back. Su Wang opened his mouth, revealing even more white teeth. He raised his tail and gave it a thumbs up. Li Shou gave it a thumbs up. "Give it a thumbs up." Su Wang smiled even more brilliantly. He wagged his tail continuously, almost smashing it into Li Shou's face. "Give it a thumbs up." The two giants gave each other a thumbs up. Lu Yin's mouth twitched. How embarrassing. Kong Tianzhao was calm. After cultivating for so many years, he had seen all sorts of things. Jiang Chen's mouth fell open, stars dancing before his eyes. So cool, these two are too cool. Lu Pianran smiled faintly. "Little Seven, come eat at home." Lu Yin coughed. "Well, maybe next time. Let's bring the ancient thunder locust back first. Maybe we can tame it." Lu Pianran nodded. "All right." Jiang Qingyue was grateful. "Brother Lu, be careful. The ancient thunder locust is wild and hard to tame." Jiang Qin was excited. "Brother Lu, you've tamed even those two. What about the ancient thunder locust? Brother Lu, give it to me." Lu Yin was very generous. "You can ask for it yourself as long as they're willing." Jiang Chen's face fell. With his strength, he wasn't even strong enough to pick the teeth of those two giants. But it really was cool, especially that thumbs-up gesture. Amazing. Where did he learn it from? It's so familiar. "You two, drag it over here." Lu Yin shouted, his voice echoing through space and causing ripples. Terrifying power swept through like a gale, sweeping past Li Shou and Su Wang. Li Shou and Su Wang jumped in fright, recalling how they had been beaten up in the past. They grabbed the primordial thunder locust and dashed towards Lu Yin, praising him as they ran, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Su Wang quickly retracted his teeth as he approached Lu Yin. His body swelled up, or else he'd have to take another beating. He suddenly realized that his ability was too inconvenient. Thumbs up didn't have as much momentum as Li Shou's. Li Shou's thumbs almost reached Lu Yin's nose. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin didn't even want to beat them up. His gaze fell on the ancient thunder locust. The ancient thunder locust was a powerful being that could pin down White Cloud City. Even the Eternals found it difficult to deal with, but now it had been captured. It wasn't weak against Li Shou or Su Wang, but it was a bit weak against both of them. Lu Yin had Li Shou, and Li Shou dragged the ancient thunder locust back to the above heaven sect. When the ancient thunder locust was dragged back to the above the sky sect, it caused another commotion. Many parallel universes looked over, shocked by the above the sky sect's strength. The guardian beasts were especially powerful. It seemed that Lu Yin hadn't even done anything, and the 2 behemoths had dealt with the ancient thunder locust. Outside the above the sky sect, the Helldrake opened its mouth wide at the sight of the ancient thunder locust and fled without hesitation. Li Shou and Su Wang looked at each other blankly. Lu Yin's eyes flashed and he took a step forward, appearing in front of the Helldrake. Why are you running? The Helldrake instinctively wanted to bare its fangs and claws, but when it saw that it was Lu Yin, it crouched down and moved its head closer so that Lu Yin could see the scar on its body. Lu Yin understood. Was it the ancient thunder locust that struck you dumb? Lu Yin had always thought that it was the Thunder Lord who had struck the caged Wurm silly, but Jiang Qingyue and the others had said that it wasn't the case. Furthermore, when he calculated the time, it didn't seem very likely. Now he understood that it was the primordial thunder locust that had struck the caged Wurm silly, and the Thunder Lord's thunderbolt had come from the primordial thunder locust. So that was how it was. No wonder the Helldrake had fled at the sight of the ancient thunder locust. Don't worry, I've caught it. Can't bully you. If it bullies you, ask Li Shou and the others for help, Lu Yin said before returning with the Helldrake. After returning to the above the sky sect, the ancient thunder locust woke up and glared at Lu Yin. The Helldrake quickly shrunk and hid. Li Shou punched the ancient thunder locust's head, and Su Wang lashed out with its tail. The ancient thunder locust had no intention of yielding, and it continued to release lightning while glaring at Lu Yin. Countless people in the above the sky sect were shocked by this scene. They had more or less heard of the ancient thunder locust's existence. It was an absolutely terrifying creature, and there were very few powerhouses in the universe who could defeat it. No matter how Li Shou and Su Wang beat up the ancient thunder locust, the locust had no intention of yielding. Lu Yin raised his brows and waved at Li Shou and Su Wang. The two behemoths looked at Lu Yin, then at the ancient thunder locust and then at each other. They grinned and retreated, clearly rejoicing in Lu Yin's misfortune. Lu Yin faced the ancient thunder locust without saying a word. He released the void from his heart, dispersing the thunder sequence particles and exposing the locust. The ancient thunder locust was stunned. Where was the lightning? Without giving it any time to think, Lu Yin stepped forward and appeared above the locust's head. Just as it was about to resist, Lu Yin raised his foot. Boom! With one stomp, the ancient thunder locust's body was flattened to the ground. A power even more terrifying than Li Shou and Su Wang's descended, causing the ancient thunder locust to be stunned. It had never thought that a puny human like Lu Yin would be able to release such terrifying power. Ever since it had been born, it had dominated the universe with its lightning. Neither humans nor the Eternals could do anything to it, and it would run whenever it encountered a powerhouse that it could not resist. However, how many people in the entire universe could make it unable to resist? Only Jiang Feng had stolen its lightning, which was the reason for its anger. It would not be satisfied if it did not kill Jiang Feng, but it had to get its lightning back. In the entire universe, only it was worthy of such lightning. End of chapter. Chapter 3303. During the Battle of Disaster Region and the Battle of Primordial City, it had sensed the aura of the most powerful creatures in the universe. Especially when the boundary of the universe was close to Grandmaster Grass, it had felt fear from the bottom of its heart. Therefore, it decided to find trouble with the White Cloud City in order to dispel the fear in its heart and regain some of its dignity. Who would have thought that he would be suppressed by Lu Yin? Lu Yin used the starry sky in his heart to disperse the thunder sequence particles, causing the primordial thunder locust's most fundamental power to disappear. He then used a terrifying power that surpassed even the strength beast and Su Wang to suppress it. At that moment, the primordial thunder locust felt like it was about to collapse. Countless people cheered, shocked by Lu Yin's strength. Who could stomp on the primordial thunder locust with one foot? Even Lightning Lord Jiang Feng had to fight with the primordial thunder locust and couldn't finish it off so cleanly. The greatest difference between Lu Yin and Jiang Feng was that the universe in his heart could reach the might of the primordial realm. This was something Jiang Feng did not possess, but it did not mean he could defeat Jiang Feng as easily as he had suppressed the ancient thunder locusts. Jiang Feng and the immemorial thunder locust were not of the same nature. They did not rely entirely on lightning. Defeating the ancient thunder locust and defeating Jiang Feng were two different concepts. At this moment, Lu Yin's graceful bearing spread throughout the parallel space-time, causing countless people to gasp. They finally understood Lu Yin's true strength. Regardless of whether it was the Battle of Disaster Zone or the Battle of Immemorial City, aside from those who had been on the battlefield, no one else had been able to discern Lu Yin's true strength. Even when Lu Yin had gone through his origin tribulation and challenged the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, no one had been able to discern his true strength. This was because they did not understand the strength of the 3 realms and 6 Daoists, and there was no direct comparison. However, the primordial thunder locust was different. It was a terrifying creature that dominated the universe. The legends of the 3 realms and 6 paths were mostly in the primordial space, while the legends of the immemorial thunder locust were in many parallel dimensions. In a corner of the Above Heaven sect, Second Life and the others looked at each other and were speechless. Master Lu's current strength is too perverse. Don't let Master Lu hear us. That's the ancient thunder locust, didn't you see it? The immemorial thunder locust was actually stomped down with 1 foot. I wouldn't even dare to dream about it. We once unintentionally fought with the immemorial thunder locust. That thunderbolt made us not dare to approach. Master Lu's current strength must be at the peak of the universe. This is the current Above the Heavens sect. Many people say that the Above the Heavens sect's strength lies in the 3 realms 6 Dao and 3 suns 6 lords. Now they should know that Master Lu is the foundation that ensures the Above the Heavens sect's strength. We were not wronged. Today's scene would forever be imprinted in the minds of countless people. It would never be forgotten. It was a legend. Lu Yin stood on the primordial thunder locust's head and surveyed his surroundings. Li Shou and Su Wang gave him a thumbs up at the same time. In the corner there was an additional like. It was from Prison Dragon. Its curved claws should have been baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, but now, it had humanely raised one of its claws and pointed it at Lu Yin, stunning him. Li Shou and Su Wang slowly turned their heads and saw Prison Flood Dragon giving a thumbs up. They looked at each other as they had another opponent. The Prison Flood Dragon turned around and gave them a thumbs up, causing the 2 behemoths to be stunned. What was going on? He felt that the primordial thunder locust would not be able to escape and would have to stay in the Above Heaven sect in the future. This way it would be easy for the primordial thunder locust to take revenge on him for what he did in the past. Now he needed to find a backer. Strength Beast and Su Wang were good candidates. These 2 could beat the primordial thunder locust until he lost his sense of direction. Seeing that Prison Flood Dragon gave them a thumbs up, Strength Beast and Su Wang were at a loss. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. It was much more pleasing to the eye. Lu Yin thought that he could subdue the primordial thunder locust with his absolute strength, but he had underestimated the primordial thunder locust. It was completely different from Strength Beast and Su Wang. No matter how hard Lu Yin beat it, it would not yield. Helplessly, Lu Yin handed it over to Strength Beast and Su Wang, asking them to think of a way to subdue the primordial thunder locust. The news of Lu Yin easily subduing the primordial thunder locust in the Above Heaven sect had spread to the White Cloud City. Jiang Chen sighed. Even the primordial thunder locust could be subdued with a single step. I'm afraid that no one in this universe can fight with Brother Lu. Lu Pianran sat beside Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was unconscious and did not react to the outside world. He was just hugging the 3 divine tools like a robot. The primordial thunder locust is not easy to tame. After all, lightning represents dominance. Any creature that cultivates lightning is extremely arrogant. It was not easy for your father to subdue the 9th grade lightning eagle. Jiang Qingyue broke a piece of orange and put it beside Jiang Feng's mouth. Jiang Feng still did not move. Even when Lu Pianran put the orange into Jiang Feng's mouth, he only swallowed it instinctively. He did not even bite it. Jiang Qingyue's eyes were red. She stood beside Jiang Feng silently. Jiang Feng was not dead. This was the best news. After all, even an ancient god who had reached the primordial realm had died in the face of the Grass Master. He died silently. Nong Yi, who was standing beside him, did not even notice it. Lu Pianran and the others were already very lucky. However, they did not know how long Jiang Feng would stay in this state. At this moment, Jiang Feng felt like he had fallen into an abyss. However, he could feel more and more breaths. Even at the boundary of the universe where there were no living things, he could still feel the breaths of the stars. Now that he was back in White Cloud City, those breaths seemed to have become his second pair of eyes. He was gradually able to identify the source of the breaths. However, he still lost himself and could not express anything to the outside world. In this state, the breaths of the universe became longer and longer. If there is breath, there is life. If there is no life in the universe, then there is life. He hugged the 3 artifacts. The turbid treasures had given him a cultivation shortcut on Earth in a parallel space-time. They possessed a force that was compatible with the laws of the sequence. However, this shortcut had already led to a dead end. Kong Tianzhao had not been able to break through even in several life-and-death battles. Since he could not break through even in a life-and-death situation, what would happen in this state that was worse than death? Jiang Feng did not know if he would remain in this state of the living dead forever. Darkness. It was still darkness. It was eternal darkness. However, it was accompanied by endless breaths. The breaths grew more and more numerous. Half a year later, a series of departments that researched energy sources and microarrays went to the 5 spirit clans to research the fastest time flow. Lu Yin had given them a clear goal. So far there were 12 black energy sources. Originally there had been 15, but with each war more were created. Now there were only 12 left. Lu Yin's mission target for Zijing was 100. When Zijing heard the mission target, she was dumbfounded. Even He Ran, who was in the hyperspace, was dumbfounded. Impossible. There have never been so many black energy sources in the history of the hyperspace. If Master Lu wants 100 white energy sources, there is no problem, but black energy sources. Lu Yin interrupted Zijing before she could finish. She had once had her own thoughts, and she had also obtained a black energy source that allowed her to protect herself. However, the difference between her and Lu Yin was too great. Even now, she still treated Lu Yin like a subordinate. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. White energy sources are useless. I don't need them. Gather all of your resources to create black energy sources for me, Lu Yin ordered. Zijing was in a difficult position. He Ran spoke up. Even if we gather all of our resources, we can only create 27 black energy sources at most. This is already taking into account the 5 spirit clans. It won't take much time. Give me a list and hand it over to the sect above the heavens. There will be people who will look for resources for you. A portion of your resources can be created by the Limitless Empire, but all parallel universes must hand over their resources to create black energy sources. If there are any obstructions, report to the sect above the heavens. 100 black energy sources were equivalent to 100 progenitors. Even though they were different from ordinary progenitors and could not be a match for them in a one-on-one battle, they were still slightly stronger than half progenitors. Spiritualized universes had a fixed cultivation method, which was a huge advantage over the Tianyuan universe. However, the Tianyuan universe was not completely powerless. The parallel universes had created their own civilizations, cultivation methods, technology, and so on. This was similar to the power of the cosmos in Lu Yin's heart. It was indeed very complicated, but that did not mean that it was impossible to unify everything. All Daoists returned to one. As long as it existed in the universe, it could be used effectively. Zijing and He Ran helplessly accepted the mission. They would spend all of their time creating black energy sources. As for the gift technique, there was no need to create it as it was too cumbersome. Unless they could create a weapon with destructive power comparable to the primordial realm, it would be useless against spiritualized universes and would be easily destroyed. It was far less practical than the black energy sources. Lu Yin quickly arrived at the microarray weapon production department, which was split into 2 departments. One specialized in microarray technology and was led by Gu Yan Xiaomingshi and Li Tianshi, as well as Wan Gong and Grandmaster Xian from the original Aurora Corporation. The second department specialized in universal armor and the framework for microarray weapons. This department included the original Aurora Corporation's chairman, Chief Engineer Biao Zi, Academy Head Sun from the Technocracy's Genesis Court, and Half-Heaven's City Lord. When the microarray weapon production department had first been established, they had researched 3 array combinations and 5 array combinations, but they were far from enough to deal with spiritualized universes. Even the original 28 array combination only had a power level of 1,000,000, which was still far from enough. Fortunately, no one had disturbed them for many years, and this department had broken through the 28 array combination to the 76 array combination, which had the destructive power of a half-ancestor. Even though they had yet to put it into practice, they were confident that they could produce it in batches within 100 years. However, Lu Yin immediately gave them a mission. I don't care what method you use, but you must reach this level. This is also why I brought you to the 5 astral races. Time flows 100 times faster here, so the 76 array combination will be developed in a year at most. What I need is the destructive power of a progenitor. Progenitor. Jidong was speechless. The destructive power of a progenitor? Can it be achieved? Yes. Li Tianshi was excited. He was most proficient in killing sourcebox arrays, and he focused on killing sourcebox arrays on the back of the battlefield. Lu Yin had only seen him a few times. He was very interested in microarray combinations. A few days ago we were discussing the possibility of creating a combination of 108 arrays. Although it's difficult and even the theoretical results will take several hundred years, if there's a possibility, then there's a possibility of creating it. Gu Yan said, "It's possible, although it'll take some time." End of chapter. Chapter 3304. Lu Yin said solemnly, "Everyone, this is a matter of life and death for the universe. I don't know how long it will take for the spiritualized universe to invade us, but based on the current situation, there is a huge gap between us and the spiritualized universe. That's because there's a huge gap between us and the spiritualized universe. They've been cultivating in the same way for countless years. It's equivalent to our space-time spreading the brilliance of the above heaven sect until now. You can imagine how big this gap is." Everyone's expression changed. They had more or less heard about the spiritualized universe, and Lu Yin had asked someone to tell them so that they could prepare for the crazy research and manufacturing. With such a huge gap, if we don't try our best to catch up, we'll be finished. Their goal is to restart this universe and destroy all of us to help themselves. I, Lu Yin, will not let them succeed even if I die. I hope that everyone will do the same and do your best to research it for me. A combination of 108 microarrays has the destructive power of a progenitor. I want 10,000 of them." Lu Yin's exorbitant demand shocked everyone present. Even the cultured and refined celestial master Xiu was dumbfounded. Heavenly inscriber Li's excitement was strangled. 10,000? Chief Engineer Biaozi was shocked. Lu Yin was very serious. The most important thing is the theoretical research, right? As long as we can research it, mass production should be very fast. If not for Lu Yin's identity, Chief Engineer Biaozi would have cursed out loud. Chairman Ji coughed a few times. "Master Lu, I don't know much about the research of 108 microarrays, but to be able to support this level of microarrays, the universal armor must be very strong. It must be so strong that it surpasses all the materials we have researched before. This is not easy to research and manufacture." Lu Yin nodded. "That's why I will ask the Limitless Empire to cooperate with you. I will give them the task of manufacturing the mecha. The materials used to make the mecha are quite strong. You should have heard of them before." Chairman Ji's eyes lit up. Of course they had heard of them before. When the Limitless Empire had invaded the Genesis space, the Heavenly Sect had captured a mecha to study. They had discovered that the Limitless Empire was too extravagant. The materials used to make the mecha were quite precious. The Limitless Empire had invaded various parallel universes for many years, and no one knew how many materials they had accumulated. Not only that, but I will also ask the Heavenly Sect to lead the progenitors to find and buy the materials in various parallel universes. Even if I have to snatch them, I will snatch them back. 10, 100, 1,000 parallel universes, endless resources. I don't believe that I can't make 10,000 microarray weapons. Everyone was stirred up and became excited. This was an alliance of many parallel universes in the entire universe. No one knew how many materials would be brought. Even Ji Dong could not calculate because the materials in each parallel universe were different. If the 5 spirit races didn't have a time flow that was 100 times faster, they would have to spend a terrifying amount of time researching. It would take at least 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. However, with a time flow that was 100 times faster, they dared to give it a try. Oh, that's right. I might even bring you guys to the Mirage Domain Midway where time is stagnant. I hope that you guys will be able to research it. If I have 10,000 microarray weapons, I'll be able to reach the progenitor realm's destructive power, and I'll be able to blast the spiritualized universe to the point that it can't even tell north from south. The spiritualized universe was powerful, and it had 10 foundational sequences and 88 array techniques. In addition, there were also powerhouses and the most terrifying grass grandmaster at the eternal realm. But so what? Lu Yin wanted to gather all the resources of the Tianyuan universe in a decisive battle against the spiritualized universe. This was completely different from the battle against the Eternals. The battle with the Eternals would end the Eternals. As for the spiritualized universe, if he did not take care of their living forces, even if he managed to repel their attacks once or twice, there would be a third, fourth, fifth, and so on and so forth. Spirit Rise and Spirit Molt were indeed good at nurturing talents and shortening their cultivation speed. This was a clash between civilizations, and it was far from the battle against the Eternals. This would be a clash between inhumane civilizations. There would be no winner, and Lu Ying did not want to be the loser. It all depended on his many years of experience in the Genesis space and how much power he could bring out. Ignoring the shocked crowd, Lu Ying went to the Limitless Empire. The Limitless Empire was very important in this battle, not because of their combat strength, but because of their support for energy source research and microarray weapons research. They were of the utmost importance, far surpassing the technocracy. Lu Ying had given the Limitless Empire 2 tasks. The first was to use the list given by the Above Heaven sect to create the materials that were from the Limitless Empire. The second was for the Limitless Empire to create mechas themselves. The Limitless Empire currently has 17 10th ring mechas, 10 11th ring mechas and 6 12th ring mechas. The current Emperor Shang Tianzong respectfully replied. Shang Qing, Shang Anan, and the director of the Institute of Environmental Energy Research were also present. They called him Elder Huan, and he had always been there. After so many years, no one remembered his real name. Everyone either called him Old Mr. or Elder Huan. Not enough, far from enough. Lu Yin's gaze swept over them and he gave a task. 50 10th ring mechas. Shang Tianzong and the others were stunned. 50? Even the Limitless Empire didn't have that many at their peak. 20 11th ring mechas. As for 12th ring mechas, at least double that. 12. Master Lu, how is that possible? Shang Tianzong hurriedly asked. To the side, Shang Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not become Emperor Shang. Lu Ying looked at Shang Tianzong. I don't want to say too much. You all know about the spiritualization of the universe. If we lose, the entire universe will be destroyed. I don't care what method you use. Even if you give me your throne to purify the metal, you have to meet my requirements. Shang Tianzong's expression turned ugly, but he didn't dare reply. He looked to Elder Huan for help. Lu Ying said, now that all the resources of the parallel universes have been gathered, this will be the war of the entire universe. No mistakes are allowed. Don't think that I'm asking too much of you. Go ask Zijing Zhidong and the others, and they'll know that I've already been very lenient with the Limitless Empire. He then looked to Elder Huan. Can you research the 13-ringed energy? Elder Huan immediately replied. Lu Ying sighed. 12th ring energy was already at the level of sequence laws, and 13-ringed energy was a qualitative change that could reach the primordial realm. If they could research it, his confidence in this war would soar to an unprecedented level. Unfortunately, qualitative changes were not so easy to research. Master Lu, if we want to research the 13-ringed energy, we lack experimental data. We need at least 1 or 2 13-ringed experts to cooperate with us. Even if the Above Heaven sect can do this, I can't guarantee that we'll be able to research it. Right now, in order to deal with this war, the best way is to temporarily put aside research on 13-ringed energy. I'll focus on mecha production and material purification. The efficiency will definitely increase. Lu Ying was surprised. Elder Huan, you're willing to temporarily put aside research on 13-ringed energy? Shang Tianzong, Shang Qing and the others were all shocked. Everyone knew that Elder Huan was obsessed with research on 13-ringed energy. Killing him was easy, but making him give up on research was difficult. Lu Ying had never thought of asking Elder Huan to cooperate with him in mecha production, but he had never expected him to bring it up himself. Elder Huan sighed. If the universe doesn't exist, where will 13-ringed energy come from? Although I desire to research 13-ringed energy, the prerequisite is that the Limitless Empire still exists. Master Lu, I only have one request. Speak, Lu Ying said. Elder Huan's eyes burned with passion. Capture a few spiritualized 13-ringed experts for me to research. Lu Yin's lips curled up and he met Elder Huan's gaze. All right. Elder Huan smiled. Lu Ying smiled as well. Although they were confused about the future war, as long as everyone worked together, there was a chance of victory. After leaving the Limitless Empire, Lu Ying went to where Yizhu was. Now that Yizhu could not escape, where could he go? Furthermore, he had to face a spiritualized universe war. If he failed, the universe would restart and he would have nowhere to run. Lu Ying gave him 10 progenitor corpses, all of which belonged to human traders who had defected to the Eternals. Most progenitor corpses could not be left behind after death, so finding 10 was already quite good. Lu Yin's goal for giving them to Yiju was very simple: symbiosis to produce 10 progenitors. Yiju naturally agreed, and he promised that he would produce as many as Lu Yin could find. Lu Yin also ordered the Above Heaven sect to search in secret, as this was not something that could be discussed openly. He also did not announce the war with the spiritualized universe to the public, or else it would cause panic. Letting everyone know about this would not be of any help, and it would only drag them down. Lu Yin wanted everyone to reach the progenitor realm, and he did not even care about half-progenitors. This was because he knew very well that in a war with the spiritualized universe, anyone below the progenitor realm would be ants. The next mission was the Expedition of Calamity. When he arrived at the Expedition of Calamity, Lu Yin was not in a hurry to give out missions. Instead, he wanted to see the madman who had caused the Expedition of Calamity to become like this, Aka. Aka was a primordial realm powerhouse, a mad primordial realm powerhouse. Lu Yin had mentioned this to Mr. Mu before, and Mr. Mu had told him that there was a problem with Aka's breakthrough to the primordial realm. All of his power was sealed within his body, and although it was constantly growing stronger, it would explode. He had no choice but to release his power by biting others. This was also the origin of the Expedition of Calamity. Lu Yin wanted to see if there was any way to help Aka. If he could awaken Aka, there would be another primordial realm powerhouse. Of course, the possibility of this was not high, or Mr. Mu would have done it long ago. Mr. Mu had once said that helping Aka recover was more difficult than helping a progenitor break through to the primordial realm. Not long after, Lu Yin met Aka with Disaster leading the way. He had seen him once before, and this time he had a different feeling. "Open it," Lu Yin said. Disaster was stunned. "Master Lu, you want to go in?" Lu Yin nodded. Disaster hesitated. Aka has gone mad, and he can only release his power through his instincts. Once we enter, we might meet with misfortune. Many of our clan members have died at his hands. Lu Yin said, "It's fine." Disaster did not try to persuade him any further. He had seen Lu Yin's strength. He had stomped down on the ancient thunder locust, and the terror of that was deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Even a primordial realm powerhouse might not be his opponent, let alone a mad Aka. The cage that trapped Aka was not some sturdy one, and it could be destroyed easily. The one who had truly trapped Aka was himself. Chapter 3305. When Lu Yin walked in, Aka, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were ferocious and completely devoid of humanity. The many years of sucking blood made him feel like a wild beast. Lu Yin slowly approached Aka and studied him. Aka's breathing was heavy, and he only held a comb in his right hand. When they first came to the Expedition of Calamity, Aka had said that their crazy ancestor cared about his image the most. He often said, "Where's my comb?" Now it seemed that she was right. Even if he had gone mad, the comb would not leave his hand. Lu Yin was rather respectful of this crazy ancestor. The Expedition of Calamity had a family motto: "If you don't bare your teeth at us, we won't attack." This was an ancestor who deeply respected life. Even if he had gone mad, he would still imprison himself. A person like this was worthy of respect. At this moment, Aka suddenly stood up and grabbed at Lu Yin. Lu Yin raised his hand at the same time and grabbed Aka's hand. Outside, Wu Nan's heart was in his mouth. Something happened to Lu Yin here, the Expedition of Calamity would be over. With a whoosh, the Expedition of Calamity shook. Lu Yin grabbed Aka's hand tightly. No matter how hard Aka tried, he could not shake Lu Yin off. Lu Yin possessed the ultimate strength of this universe. Even if Aka was a primordial realm expert, his strength could not surpass Lu Yin's. Even the one true god could not surpass Lu Yin's strength under normal circumstances unless he used the true god's freedom technique or the corpse king transformation. Aka growled. His eyes were crazed and scarlet. He swung the comb at Lu Yin with his other hand, but Lu Yin caught it as well. How could a crazy primordial realm expert be Lu Yin's opponent? Aka was directly controlled. Lu Yin exerted force and shook off Aka's arm. He pressed down on Aka's shoulder with one hand. Aka waved his arm wildly with his back to Lu Yin, but he could not break free from Lu Yin's strength. Wunan did not like this scene. The mighty patriarch Aka was actually being controlled by Lu Yin so easily. Aka struggled madly. Lu Yin sighed. "Senior, I'm sorry. I've been rude." He carefully examined Patriarch Aka's condition and felt a little helpless. Just as Mr. Mu had said, it was very difficult for outsiders to solve this problem. He could release the power in Patriarch Aka's body, but in doing so, Patriarch Aka would lose his cultivation and be no different from an ordinary person. It was still unknown whether Patriarch Aka could return to normal. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin released his grip and walked out. Old Ancestor Ekger only roared crazily for a while. He rushed to the door and covered his head as he shouted and screamed. In the end he sat back down in the corner and stared at the comb in a daze. Lu Yin told Calamity what he could do. Calamity did not know how to choose either. If they could ensure that Patriarch Aka could return to normal, the expedition of woe was willing. Patriarch Aka had been in pain for far too long, and he had also caused the expedition of woe to suffer for far too long. They would rather cultivate from the beginning than walk this painful path. As for Lu Yin, he was also willing to free Patriarch Ekger, as this senior was worthy of respect. But he could not guarantee that old Ancestor Aka could return to normal. If he helped him free himself but he was still a lunatic, what was the point? Now that a great war was imminent, the Tianyuan universe needed the power of the Calamity Expedition. If the old ancestor is awake, he would rather have Calamity Expedition retain this power, Calamity solemnly said. Lu Yin looked at him. That is why Senior Aka is respected. I also believe that Senior would rather sacrifice himself to protect all of you in this universe. But to me, one more Calamity Expedition of woe is not much. If I can be sure that I can help Senior Aka regain his consciousness and free him, I am willing to do so. It depends on what you choose. Calamity considered for a while and looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, if you can't do it now, what about the future? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Help Senior Aka regain his consciousness? Can we still retain Senior's power? Calamity nodded. Although the expedition of woe has a short lifespan because of the old ancestor, it has created a culture of instant gratification. Many people want to escape, but if we really lose the old ancestor's power, will Calamity Expedition of woe be able to produce a powerhouse? How many people are there in our tribe? How can we produce a powerhouse? No one can guarantee how many progenitor powerhouses there are in the countless people in the universe. In the past I did not understand, but now I understand. Those who have truly seen the peak are not willing to be insignificant beings, as climbing to the peak is too difficult. I admit that this is selfish, but Calamity Expedition of woe needs this kind of selfishness. I am the tribe leader and I should lead Calamity Expedition of woe down the right path. Lu Yin took a deep look at Calamity and thought about it. It's hard to say, but we might be able to do it in the future. Master Lu, as the tribe leader of Calamity Expedition of woe, I will make a selfish decision. Please do not change old Ancestor Aka. If Master Lu is able to free old Ancestor Aka in the future, please help Calamity Expedition of woe. If not, please allow Calamity Expedition of woe to continue until there is a tribe leader who changes his mind, Calamity requested solemnly. Lu Yin nodded. This is a matter for Calamity Expedition of woe, and I will not interfere with your decision. Since the decision has been made, I will also give Calamity Expedition of woe a mission. This is a mission to gather all of your strength in order to face the spiritualized universe. No one can reject this mission. Please speak, Master Lu. Calamity was solemn. How many people from Calamity Expedition of woe can obtain progenitor's destructive power through Senior Aka? 7. I want 50. Calamity almost could not catch his breath as he stared blankly at Lu Yin. Master Lu, how many did you say? Lu Yin replied, 50. Calamity was speechless. Impossible. Why? It's not as simple as being bitten in order to withstand the old ancestor's power. At the very least, your body must be able to adapt to that power. Every member of Calamity Expedition of woe can withstand the destructive power of a progenitor from birth until they are bitten many times, and that's only if you have some innate talent. Some people cannot withstand it no matter how many times they are bitten. Too many people have died, and 7 is not a small number. I can increase it to 10 at most, but that requires a bit of risk. Calamity Expedition of woe is impossible. Furthermore, I know that the Heavens Above Earth sect has sent a group of people into spacetime where the flow of time is different, but this method is useless against us. We are just ordinary people, and we might even be inferior to ordinary people. Some ordinary people can rely on technology to live for hundreds of years, but we can only live for 200 to 300 years. This is because the old ancestor's power is too destructive to our bodies, which is why we can't do it. Lu Yin stared at Calamity. There's a way. Calamity was confused. Have children. Huh. Have more children and keep having more children. You have about 50,000 people in your race now, and you can give birth to 7 people who can withstand the power of a progenitor. If you have 500,000 people, 5 million people, or even 50 million people, how many progenitors will you have? Calamity said bitterly, but there is only one old ancestor Aka, and even if we can increase our population to 50 million people and have dozens of progenitors, these people can only live for 200 years. I don't need them to live for long. I just need to ensure that there are this many progenitors when the war starts, Zhou Xian said. Don't blame me for saying this, but I have used all the power that I can, even Yi Ro's method of corpse symbiosis. The survival of the universe is at stake. Go to the 5 astral tribes, develop the population and crazily increase the number of people. Increase the number of progenitors. This is the mission that I have given to the Calamity Expedition. You can be selfish for the sake of the Calamity Expedition, but I can also be selfish for the sake of our universe. Calamity sighed. I understand Master Lu's position. Alright, I will do everything possible to increase the number of progenitors. I will ensure that when the war with the spiritualized universe begins, the number of progenitors will increase to 50. The prerequisite is that you cannot go to the 5 astral tribes. I need a leader who is truly loyal to the Above Heaven sect, and I don't want any accidents to happen, Zhou Xian said. Calamity nodded. I understand. The entire universe fell into a fast-paced atmosphere and no one knew when this had started. They only knew that whether it was resources or materials, they were all working hard in the same direction. As for what that direction was, no one could say for sure. Energy sources, microarray weapons, universal armor, mechas and so on. There were also tools like the laws that could be used to search for powerhouses with sequence laws. There was also the visualization of the ancient golden characters. The entire universe felt a sense of tension. The Eternals had clearly been defeated, but the humans were becoming increasingly nervous. A few months later, at the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect, someone who had not been seen in a long time arrived. He faced Zhou Xian and bowed deeply. Greetings, Master Lu. Zhou Xian's back faced the newcomer as he looked at the lake. How long has it been? Silver. The newcomer was Silver, who had walked out of Earth with Zhou Xian. At that time there had been Xiao Luo, Lulu Mavis and the others. Now things had changed and none of them wanted to interact with Zhou Xian. The difference between them was too great. Silver's eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled. As usual, he looked just like a fox. It's been almost 50 years. Zhou Xian stood up, turned around and looked at Silver. In an instant, an indescribable might swept through the world and rushed towards Silver. Silver was sprawled on the ground as he endured this monstrous might. Even a progenitor would be suppressed by this might, let alone Silver. This was the might of a peak powerhouse in this universe. In the face of this might, Silver had never felt so insignificant before. At this moment, the difference between them was even greater than the difference between a normal person and a cultivator. He lay on the ground and tried his best to raise his head, but he could not. The fear that came from his soul and his biological instincts prevented him from raising his head, so he could only endure this pressure. Zhou Xian approached Silver step by step, and each step seemed to push Silver from the ground into the abyss. After an unknown amount of time, it might have been a long time or it might have been an instant, the might disappeared and only leaves floated down from above Silver's head. Silver raised his head with difficulty and he was drenched in sweat. Zhou Xian squatted down and looked at the falling leaves. You've improved very quickly in the past 50 years. Not bad. Is it because of the bone grafters? Silver panted heavily as he looked at Zhou Xian, who was close to him but had a heavenly might. What does Master Lu want the bone grafters to do? Zhou Xian looked deeply at Silver. That depends on what a bone grafter like you can do for me. Silver was a bone grafter, and this was also the reason why Zhou Xian had asked him to come to the Above Heaven sect. The one true God had created the bone grafters and created a bone boat. Zhou Xian also wanted to see how far Silver could go. If Silver could also bring him a bone boat, then this power would be too great. Back then he had kept the skeletons of those powerhouses in the bone boat and he had thought of Silver at that time. Bone grafting could be used by the one true God, but it could also be used by any bone grafters. Chapter 3306. Silver was well aware of his status. With his strength, the Above Heaven sect wouldn't care about him at all. Everything else had been written off in the matter of the Grim Reaper's left arm. Only his characteristic of being a bone transplant made Lu Yin care about him. He narrowed his eyes. Even though he had experienced an unprecedented pressure, it had also brought about a turning point in his life. Lu Yin was an existence that could decide the fate of anyone in this universe. Master Lu, different heights lead to different understandings. Please explain it clearly, Silver said. Lu Yin looked at him. Have you heard of the bone boats? Silver shook his head. They obtained the bones of powerhouses and used the corpse king's body to drive them. They obtained the strength of the powerhouses when they were alive and gathered close to 100 progenitors to create the bone boats, Lu Yin said slowly. Silver opened his eyes with excitement and surprise. There's such a thing? Lu Yin looked at him. You don't know or don't understand. It's not difficult to understand. Back then, Tiendo studied the bone transplant bloodline. He tore apart every inch of my flesh and blood and successfully transplanted the Grim Reaper's left arm. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to break through because he was afraid of the half-progenitor origin tribulation. If he had the strength of a half-progenitor, he wouldn't have ended up like that. If Tiendo can do it, then the one true God can naturally do it too. If I'm not wrong, the bone transplant bloodline was created by the one true God, Silver guessed. Lu Yin laughed. You're really smart. Silver shrugged. The one who created the bone transplant bloodline must be a monstrous figure. Otherwise, where would this strange race come from? This is a race that will be destroyed the moment it appears. Its value is no less than Master Lu's Lu family. Lu Yin admitted this point. The bone transplant bloodline was very powerful and the bone boats were proof. If the one true God had enough bones, he could create 1 or 2 bone boats. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. There were still many bones on the bone boats. Why didn't they use all of them? That way, the number of powerhouses born wouldn't be close to 100, but hundreds, enough to sweep through everything. Lu Yin asked this question. Silver shook his head. It's not that simple. Even though I don't know the reason, when 2 bone transplants a person's bone at the same time, only one person can unleash the strength of the bone owner. The other person will fail. This has been the case since ancient times. It seems that even the one true God, who's considered our ancestor, can't solve this problem. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Could it be because of his limit as well? There was no limit in the universe. If the bone grafters could rely on the bone grafting method to infinitely replicate another person's strength, then that would be the limit. This would go against the principles of the universe. Although in theory his strength had reached the limit of the creatures in this universe, it was only the limit of the creatures and not the true limit of the universe. The only true God could rely on the Corpse King transformation and the true God freedom technique to surpass him. There was still room for improvement in strength. However, the bone grafters would obviously come into contact with it. Whether or not this was the reason, Lu Yin could only guess. I hope that you can create a bone boat for me, one with the strength of a progenitor. Silver sighed. I knew that the task Master Lu asked me to do wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Master Lu, only the one true God can create the bone boat. I can't do it. Lu Yin looked at him. Regardless of whether or not you can do it, you have to try. I won't tell you the reason, but I can promise you that as long as you can do it, you can do whatever you want in this universe. You can pick anyone you like. Silver's lips curled up. How tempting. Silver was very uncontrollable. Even if Lu Yin had his life in his hands, he might not be so obedient. This was why Lu Yin had intimidated him with his aura when they first met and had even offered to tempt him. However, Lu Yin could not guess Silver's thoughts. This person had hidden everything. Perhaps this was a characteristic of the bone grafters. From Lu Yin's perspective, he did not need to see what Silver was thinking. No matter what Silver was thinking, his thoughts could not break through Lu Yin's grasp. There are a few conditions for successful bone grafting. First, the body must be able to withstand the exertion of strength. Second, the blood must reach the standard. The blood of a bone grafter can contain all living creatures, but there is a limit. This limit is the amount of strength the body can withstand. The stronger the bone owner was when he was alive, the more the blood must be able to withstand the bone. Otherwise, the body will not be able to move without blood. Silver looked at Lu Yin. It's not that I don't want to help Master Lu. Even if Master Lu gave me the progenitor's bone, I myself would not be able to successfully implant the bone, let alone create a bone boat for Master Lu. The Death God's finger bone that I once fused with caused me severe injuries. Furthermore, I can't even use half of the Death God's power. Lu Yin said, "Of course I've considered the 2 points you mentioned. There are wandering corpses in the cemetery, and a considerable number of them are half-progenitors. There are even progenitors. If the eternal corpse kings can withstand bone grafting, then these wandering corpses can as well." Silver nodded. "Yes. As for the blood." Lu Yin looked at Silver. "Do you know that I once did something? Ku Wei absorbed progenitor Chen's blood in the great tomb of progenitor Chen, allowing him to become a giant. I improved his blood infinitely until it was close to progenitor Chen's, causing the entire giant clan to transform. When one reaches a certain level, one's body and blood will transform. Of course, ordinary progenitors won't transform much, and neither will their descendants. No matter how much they improve, the blood of their descendants will at most be close to that of their ancestors, and they won't be able to transform unless their descendants have the same innate ability as their ancestors. For example, I have the General Appointment Platform and the Divine Investiture Catalog. Before I succeeded in my cultivation, I could improve my blood to be close to that of ancestor Lu Yuan. It's the same for you. The one true God created the bone planters, and your blood has the characteristics of the bone planters. As long as you improve your blood, you can infinitely approach the characteristics of the one true God in the bone planters. Not to say that you will be completely close to the one true God, but at least you will be able to get close to the one true God's characteristics. With your blood, you will be able to exchange the blood of the wandering corpses." Silver stared at Lu Yin in a daze. What improvement? Improvement of blood? He did not know how Lu Yin had done it, but his theory was valid. Many cultivators only gave birth to descendants after they had become powerful because they could continue their bloodline innate abilities. It was the same for progenitors, but their descendants were still descendants and could not be exactly the same as their ancestors. However, things would be different if they could improve their blood. The closer they were to their ancestors, the more powerful their bloodline innate abilities would be. The innate ability of a progenitor's descendant after improving their blood was far from what an ordinary cultivator could compare to. The prerequisite for all of this was to improve one's blood. Silver understood that Lu Yin could improve his blood, which was why his cultivation had always been successful. There had once been a legend that Lu Yin could improve external objects, and it turned out that it was true. If Lu Yin could improve Silver's blood, his blood would have the characteristics of a bone grafter. If he could exchange it with a wandering corpse's body, it would be completely possible for the wandering corpse's bone grafting to succeed. If he could create a bone ship, Lu Yin took a deep breath. He really would not be afraid of the spiritualized universe. Energy sources, microarray weapons, mechas, calamities, expedition, Yi Rua's symbiosis, and the original Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin could not imagine how powerful the humans would be at that time, and they would be able to form an army with just progenitors. That would be an incomparably grand event that would far surpass the Above Heaven sect era. How many progenitors would there be in the Above Heaven sect era? The spiritualized universe had its characteristics, and so did the Tianyuan universe. Lu Yin himself was like the Tianyuan universe. His cultivation was too messy, but in the end he could unify all Daoists into one and form the starry sky in his heart. He was invincible in the universe. After hearing Lu Yin say so much, it was obvious that he was prepared. Silver bowed slowly. Master Lu's idea might succeed, but there's one more thing. He looked at Lu Yin. Even if you improve it, are you confident that you can improve it to the level of the one true God in the bone grafter bloodline? My bloodline is already very thin. After all, it has been passed down for so many years, and Tiendo has also experimented with it. Tiendo has neutralized a lot of the bone grafter bloodline's characteristics in my bloodline. Even if I improve it, I might not be able to reach what Master Lu wants. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back. Come out. Not far away, a figure walked over. Her body was graceful and extremely beautiful. It was Zhou Xian, the 6th mainland's half-progenitor powerhouse. Silver looked at Zhou Xian with a confused gaze. Zhou Xian came to Lu Yin and bowed slowly. Master Lu. When Lu Yin first embarked on the path of cultivation, this woman was already a half-progenitor and had fought with Lu Yin. Later on, as Lu Yin grew stronger, she could no longer see his back. Now she could not even touch him. Lu Yin looked at Zhou Xian. Tell him about the blood refinement technique. Silver's expression changed. Blood refinement technique? Zhou Xian told Silver about the blood refinement technique. After listening for a while, Silver blurted out, This is our clan's blood condensation technique. Lu Yin was not surprised. When he first heard about the blood refinement technique, he thought of Silver's bone grafter bloodline. No matter how he looked at it, this blood refinement technique was related to the bone grafter bloodline. It seemed that it was true. Lan Xian did not understand. Silver looked at Lan Xian. How did you obtain this blood refinement technique? From the Mara River, Lan Xian replied. Silver sighed. Master Lu, you have great foresight. I admire you. This blood refinement technique is the blood condensation technique of my bone grafter bloodline. The bone grafters want to obtain the strength of a powerhouse by changing their bones, so they have extremely high requirements for blood. After many years, they created the blood condensation technique. Every once in a while we have to purify our own blood to get closer to our ancestors. Only then can we ensure the inheritance of the bone grafters. But once, the bone grafters were massacred and this blood condensation technique was lost. Now that I have it again, I'm confident that I can purify my own blood and give Lu Yin a complete bone grafter's blood. Lu Yin said, as long as you can complete the mission, you can choose any position in the 8 paths. Silver bowed deeply. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at Lan Xian. You haven't broken through the 3 stages, so you can't become a progenitor. However, I can give you an energy source and you will also have the strength of a progenitor. Lan Xian was grateful. Thank you, Master Lu. After they left, Lu Yin took a deep breath. He had done what he needed to do and now it was up to them. He had to do his best to find the one true God, primordial fiend, and the others. He hoped that the spiritualized universe would come a little later. The 5 spirit clans had a time flow that was 100 times faster than the outside world. Even if it was a day later, it would be several months in the Tianyuan universe. Chapter 3307. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. During these 3 years, Lu Yin constantly searched for the sole true God and the others, but to no avail. The ancient ancestor was nowhere to be found. The only true God, primordial origin, and the others seemed to have disappeared. Even though they had seen the boundary of the universe, the Tianyuan universe was still very large. It was difficult for them to search it completely. And in these 3 years, under the control of the sect above the heavens above, the pace of the various parallel universes was much faster than 3 years ago. All the materials were habitually broken down and transported to the sect above the heavens above. Once a new material was discovered, someone would immediately analyze it and then report it to the sect above the heavens above. Energy sources, mechas, and microarray weapons required too many materials. They had originally thought that it would be difficult to complete Lu Yin's mission, but as more and more materials were delivered, they grew more confident. With so many parallel spacetime resources gathered together, even the progenitor realm experts were dumbfounded. This was especially so when new parallel spacetimes were constantly being discovered. Once discovered, they would immediately search for resources. There was no parallel universe that could go against the sect above the heavens. The goal of the entire universe was very simple. Resources, resources, and more resources. If the spiritualized universe used its unified cultivation method to produce countless powerful cultivators, then the Tianyuan universe would exhaust all its resources and combine them to fight against this behemoth. Although it was draining the pond to catch all the fish, there was no other way. If they didn't do this, once the Tianyuan universe was defeated, the entire universe would be gone, let alone the resources. On this day, Lu Yin had just returned to the Above the Sky sect when he received a report that the 6 directional training halls had been massacred, and rivers of blood had been spilled. This news caused an uproar in the Above Heaven sect. The 6-directional dojo was no longer just a simple 6-directional dojo. It was also a place where the Above Heaven sect nurtured cultivators. During the 6-directional martial competition, there was a large group of young elites there. After receiving the report, Lu Yin immediately went to the Hexagon training hall. At this moment, blood flowed like rivers in the 6-direction Dao right. Everyone was slaughtered and blood energy surged into the heavens. Lu Yin stared at Zhou Xian's corpse with a gloomy expression. There were many people gathered around and they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Right in front of him, Saint Eater knelt on one knee. He gritted his teeth, his face flushed red and his veins popped out. Why did you leave? Lu Yin asked coldly. The 6-directional Daoist rite had to have a progenitor overseeing it. The one overseeing the 6-directional Daoist rite was the food saint, but he was not present when the 6-directional Daoist rite was massacred. The food saint clenched his fists. Master Lu, my son was severely injured, so I rushed back to check on him. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and sent the devourer flying, crashing into the ground. Culinary saint spat out a mouthful of blood and struggled to get up. He remained kneeling on one knee, not daring to show any resentment. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he scanned the entire hexagon training hall. Not a single person was left alive. Who did this? I don't know. The devourer coughed out a mouthful of blood and replied. Lu Yin's gaze swept across the crowd. But no one knew. A small boat of light appeared around Lu Yin, and with a wave of his hand, it traversed through the river of time. He wanted to see just who had massacred the 6 directional training rites. Could not have been the sole true god, primordial fiend, or any of the others. They would not have made a move against a small place like the 6 directional training rites. If they had wanted to massacre someone, they would have targeted a place with a progenitor, and it was even more impossible for them to have spared the food saint. The images constantly shuttled back and forth, and at this point, it was no longer a matter of how many seconds one could look back on the small boat. After all, Lu Yin could traverse the river of time. Images flashed through his mind one by one, and suddenly he looked at one particular image. The video showed the process of a student being slaughtered. Meanwhile, in the entire scene, only flowing light could be seen. It was jade-colored, extremely beautiful, bringing away that student's head, dyeing the void red. Following that, more and more images appeared. Lu Yin watched them calmly, but all he saw was a blood-red color. There were only streaks of jade-colored flowing light that were not even dyed red by blood. Suddenly Lu Yin saw Zhou Xian. In the Void God Dao Academy, Zhou Xian's back was facing the image. The jade-colored light flashed and he slowly fell to the ground, dead. Lu Yin waved his hand and the flowing light continued shuttling back and forth. The images continued to flash and he watched them multiple times. It was a young man who had used the jade-colored flowing light to massacre the entire hexagon training hall. The first person to be killed was Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian had the Void God Death insect, and his strength was comparable to a half-ancestor's. That young man had not defeated him in a direct confrontation, but had instead relied on a sneak attack. That shameless sneak attack had killed Zhou Xian and then proceeded to massacre the entire hexagon training hall. Lu Yin's face was extremely gloomy as he stared at the young man in the image. He's called Yu Leng, someone said. This person had been an instructor at the hexagon training hall and had left 2 years ago. He immediately recognized the young man. I remember now. He's an explorer elite from the 6-way martial competition, and he entered the 6-way training rites to cultivate. At first he progressed very quickly, but he's cold and indifferent and he's often bullied. Senior Zhou Xian even helped him out a few times, someone else said. Lu Yin listened quietly and began to understand this young man called Yu Leng. But from what everyone was saying, this person was not even a hunter, so how could he have killed Zhou Xian? Even if the hexagon training hall did not have the divine food saint, it still had more than one half-ancestor overseeing it, but those half-ancestors had all died. A total of 4 half-ancestors had died, including Zhou Xian. This was the greatest massacre that the Above Heaven sect had encountered since the battle with the Eternals, and the most bizarre thing was how that young man had managed to massacre the hexagon training hall. That jade-colored flowing light had to be that jade-colored flowing light. Lu Yin continued to watch the images in the river of time as he rewound them. Everyone was waiting with him. During this time, Su Wei had arrived, followed by the Bao Sage. It was worth mentioning that Bai Wangyuan had escaped from the reincarnation spacetime and had disappeared during the decisive battle with the Eternals in the Second Calamity region. He knew that Lu Yin would not let him go. Lu Yin had also ordered the Above Heaven sect to hunt down this person and kill him. In the river of time, the image froze and Lu Yin stared at it as he drew an image in the void. It was a jade-colored insect that looked exquisite and beautiful. It was shaped like a butterfly and it was dancing around a young man's fingertips. That young man was Yu Leng. He stood alone in the Void God Dao Academy and stared at his fingertips in a daze. He avoided everyone, but he could not avoid the river of time, and Lu Yin eventually found him. Lu Yin looked at the jade-colored butterfly. Was this the thing that had massacred the hexagon training hall? He was just an explorer, and even if he had obtained a powerful external object, it was impossible for him to kill a half-ancestor. No matter how much Lu Yin had improved his external object, it was impossible for him to kill a half-ancestor as an explorer. That was on a completely different level, but this Yulong had done it. What did he have? What exactly was that jade butterfly? Could it be related to Tianan? No, Tianan was already dead. What do you know about this Yulong? Especially this jade butterfly, Lu Yin asked. Someone behind him was puzzled. How could it be a jade butterfly? When he fought with Su Kong from the Void God spacetime, he was forced to use a type of insect. It should be the inheritance that he obtained, but that insect was something like a dragonfly, a jade dragonfly. Someone else said, I remember now. It was 3 years ago, and many people were surprised that this Yulong relied on a jade dragonfly to defeat Su Kong. He even caused a stir in the Hexagon training hall. After that, he was challenged by Su Kang's group several times, but he did not use the jade dragonfly again and endured it. But where did this jade butterfly come from? It said that it came from a sphere that was made up of many small spheres. The jade dragonfly came from one of those spheres. Could it be that this jade butterfly came from another sphere? That's impossible. If that's the case, then how many insects does this kid have? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Order the sect above to spread the news to all parallel spacetimes and capture Yulong. This kid might be able to disguise himself, but capture anyone who sees a jade insect. Lu Yin had used disguises to deceive the world several times, and there was no guarantee that this Yulong would not do the same. Disguises were possible, but these jade-colored insects could not be hidden, and there was no chance for him to hide in battle unless he did not use them. Less than 10 days after Lu Yin's order, various reports were sent to the sect above. They were all reports of jade insects from different parallel spacetimes. This phenomenon gave Lu Yin a bad premonition. Soon someone was brought to the sect above. It was a burly man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He was chained up and brought to Lu Yin. The burly man was arrogant and unruly, but when he saw Lu Yin he was afraid. Where are the insects? Lu Yin looked at the burly man. The burly man gulped and looked at Lu Yin fiercely. I didn't do anything wrong. Others wanted to steal from me, so I killed them. What's wrong with that? Master Lu, if this were to happen to you, would you retaliate and kill him? Lu Yin was calm. I'm asking you, where are the insects? The burly man wanted to say something, but in the next moment, an overwhelming pressure made him feel dizzy. He spat out a mouthful of blood and trembled as he took out a jade-colored sphere from his cosmic ring. Looking at this sphere, Lu Yin's eyes widened. This sphere was just as the Hexagon training hall's mentors had said. It was made up of different small spheres, and the whole thing was a large sphere that looked quite exquisite. The burly man panted, his fear of Lu Yin coming from his bones. He touched the sphere and carefully knocked on one of them. Not long after, a jade-colored dragonfly crawled out of the sphere. The dragonfly carefully climbed onto the burly man's hand and rubbed against its wings, producing a crisp sound. Lu Yin could clearly see the structure of this dragonfly. Its entire body was jade-colored, and it did not have any of the organs of a living creature. But why was it able to exist? And it was indeed alive. The burly man carefully controlled the dragonfly to fly towards Lu Yin and finally landed on his hand. Lu Yin sized up the dragonfly. It was easily crushed, but that was only for him. Even an enlightened cultivator might not be able to crush it. The next moment, the dragonfly tried to devour Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin raised his brows. This creature was so insignificant to him that it couldn't even be considered an ant, but it actually wanted to devour his strength without any fear. Was this the dragonfly's ability? Are there more? Lu Yin asked. The burly man's voice trembled. Yes. All sorts of insects can appear in these small spheres, but I can only control one. I haven't cultivated to the point where I can control another insect. Lu Yin allowed the dragonfly to return to the sphere in the burly man's hand. Go and cultivate. I want to see all the insects. The burly man did not understand what Lu Yin was trying to do, but he could only do as he was told. 10 days after the burly man was taken away, another person was brought over. This person had the exact same sphere and the exact same insects. This person was slightly weaker than the burly man, and the jade dragonfly could not be controlled too well. However, it did not devour its master. Chapter 3308. A month later, more people were brought over. News about the jade bugs came from various parallel universes. Pathmaster, things aren't looking good. This seems to be the power of a large-scale inheritance, Wei Rong reported. He was in charge of searching for the jade bugs, and his expression was solemn. Lu Yin could also tell that Yu Ling had used a jade butterfly to kill a half-martial ancestor, and the jade butterfly within that sphere was just a second type of insect. Someone who had been brought to the celestial sect had already cultivated a jade butterfly, and that person called it the guardian dance. Fearbook. This was clearly a type of inheritance and a large-scale one at that. For a jade butterfly to kill a half-progenitor, this type of inheritance was not simple. Lu Yin looked at the sky. Humans were not the only creatures in the universe. There were also astral beasts and all sorts of other creatures. Bugs were definitely a huge group. He had a premonition that he had encountered some sort of terrifying bug inheritance, or rather, a civilization. The planet was lush with vegetation and the sounds of birds and bugs could be heard everywhere. The air was very humid but it was also very fresh. In the distance, a mountain range could be faintly seen, and above it was a planet that was on the verge of shattering. Nearly half of it had already been destroyed and the debris was flying towards the planet. However, it did not cause much damage to the planet as a giant plant was blocking the debris. Otherwise, even if the debris did not destroy the planet, it would have been enough to wipe out all life on the planet. A group of 5 walked through the forest and the branches and leaves brushed past them. They were not walking but rather flying. Are you sure it's here? The leader was a young man with a heroic appearance and an extraordinary aura. Wherever he passed, the surrounding air became dry as if it had evaporated. Someone behind him said, "It's definitely this planet. There's no doubt about it." Back at the Hexagon training ground, we were able to see that guy from our position. We saw him looking at the star chart several times and he was staring at this planet. 3 years. We've searched for 3 years and we finally found this planet. Hopefully this trip will not be in vain, the young man said with a cold gaze. The people behind him looked at each other and whispered, "If we can really capture that guy, what kind of reward do you want from Master Lu?" "I want to ask Master Lu to accept me as his disciple." "Stop dreaming. Even the Grand Elder will treat you well if you become Master Lu's disciple." "Hee, since you're dreaming you should make it bigger. However, I heard that Master Lu's 2 disciples don't leave above heaven." "Strange. Master Lu's disciples are extraordinary and have their own plans. I don't have high expectations. I just hope that I can take up a position in the above heaven sect." "That's not high enough. Countless people yearn for a position in the above heaven sect. Entering the above heaven sect is equivalent to reaching the heavens in a single step. Some of the slightly weaker parallel universes will have to flatter you. But for Master Lu this is not a high request." "That's right. Master Lu doesn't care. I don't have any requests. I just want to take revenge for the students of the Sixth Direction Daoist sect. That bastard actually massacred the Sixth Direction Daoist sect, including the seniors of our lost clan. We must take revenge." The eyes of the young man in the lead became colder and colder. Without saying a word, he flew into the distance. They had to search the entire planet. In order to prevent Yu Lung from escaping, they could not make too much noise, which would take up a lot of time. Half a month later, at the border between the ocean and the forest, they finally found him. Yu Leng sat by the seaside, hugging the jade-colored ball. He stared at the shattered planet in a daze. This was his moment of peace. Only here could he feel warmth. This universe only brought him coldness. Anyone who got in his way would be obliterated. No one could even think of escaping. Just as he was looking at the starry sky, a jade butterfly suddenly flew out from the ball. It turned into a stream of light and slashed behind him. Yu Lung was shocked. He turned around abruptly. Shouwu. With a bang, the weapons clashed. The fragments of the blade stabbed into the ground and shook continuously. At the edge of the forest, a person stared at the broken blade in a daze. In front of him was a dancing jade butterfly. What a sharp butterfly. The jade butterfly turned into a stream of light again and slashed at this person. This person hurriedly retreated. Several people appeared behind him. Yu Lung's eyes narrowed. With an unprecedented killing intent, he said, "You shouldn't have come here." Yu Lung die. The young man called Brother Six tore through the void and struck a palm at Yu Lung. The palm caused the void to distort and boil. Yu Lung's scalp went numb. An expert. In front of him, jade butterflies appeared one after another and formed a jade shield. Brother Six's palm struck the jade shield, causing it to shatter. Yu Lung retreated step by step as he looked at the shattered jade butterfly with heartache. He glared at Brother Six with hatred. "You're courting death. Brother Six looked at his own palm. That palm strike had not been able to instantly shatter the jade shield. That jade shield was only an enlighter, but Brother Six had reached the level of an emissary in his primordial space. His name was Hulu and many people called him Brother Six. Some elders preferred to call him Little Six. The first person who had attracted a card during the upper 3 sessions had been a child who had only been 5 or 6 years old. He was that child Little Six. More than 40 years had passed since that upper 3 sessions, and that child had long since reached adulthood. Because of his extraordinary talent, he had not only cultivated the power of the Lost Clans card, but he had also gone to the Hexagon training grounds and cultivated various powers. Now he had reached the level of an emissary. Although he had just become an emissary, a mere 40 years was already quite fast. He struck out at Yulong again. In front of Yulong, jade dragonflies flew out one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were hundreds of them and their numbers were still increasing. Soon they formed a cloud of insects. Hulu's palm strike easily shattered all of the jade dragonflies in the area. Although these jade dragonflies were very tough, and even enlighters would find it difficult to crush them, he was an emissary and had cultivated a battle technique. These jade dragonflies were not enough to deal with him. More and more jade dragonflies appeared, and Yulong retreated step by step. The jade butterflies circled around him and their numbers increased as well. Brother Six, leave it to us. The others stepped forward. They were all enlighters and although they could not compare to Hulu, they were more than enough to deal with the jade dragonflies. Hulu waved his hand to disperse the jade dragonflies, but a huge ray of light slashed at him. It was a jade butterfly, and there were at least 100 of them connected together to form a blade of light that gave Hulu a sense of crisis. Hulu was shocked and he struck out with his palm to force the light back. More light appeared around him. Be careful. Hulu shouted, but it was too late. These light rays were made up of over 100 jade butterflies, and their power was comparable to an emissary's. If they could threaten Hulu, then the others could as well. As the light rays swept past, 4 heads flew into the air as they were easily beheaded. Yulong licked his lips. This is the consequence of offending me. He then pressed down with one hand and 5 light rays slashed towards Hulu. Hulu's eyes turned red. These people were his friends from the Lost Clan and now that they had been killed he was furious. A card appeared in his hand and he used his battle technique to pass through the light rays and attack Yulong. Yulong had obtained the insect civilization's inheritance, but he had not obtained many battle techniques since he was only an explorer. In the face of Hulu's battle technique, all he could do was use the jade butterflies to protect his body so that he would not be killed by Hulu's palm. A suction force came from the card, and both Hulu and Yulong were sucked into the card. This was the Lost Clan's battle technique. The card world was a cage that Hulu had created with his innate gift, Flare. Once someone entered the card, the entire world would boil. The jade butterflies formed a sphere that wrapped around Yulong, but he could still feel the high temperature. He was terrified as this was the power of an emissary. Even Qing Yi and Shou could not deal with them. He had been too lucky to have killed Zhou Xian and the other powerhouses at the Hexway training hall. He touched the jade spheres and carefully tapped one of them. Hulu stared at Yulong, who was being protected by the jade butterflies, and continuously increased the temperature. The jade dragonflies fell like raindrops and died. The jade butterflies had already turned from jade to light red, and the high temperature was burning Yulong's skin. If this continued for too long he would definitely die. However, Yulong did not even look at Hulu as he stared fixedly at the sphere. Come out, baby, come out. Yulong's skin cracked and fell off. Even a slight movement could remove a piece of his skin. He experienced the feeling of death, but he only had eyes for the jade sphere. Cracks appeared on the jade butterflies and once the surrounding jade butterflies shattered, he would definitely die. Hulu also stared at the jade ball in Yulong's hand. Whether it was the jade dragonfly or the jade butterfly, they were all very small. However, once their numbers increased they would become a huge threat. He could also feel the threat of the jade dragonfly because his energy consumption was far more than normal. It was several times or even 10 times. These jade dragonflies could devour energy. Whether it was astral source cultivation or boiling heat, these jade dragonflies could devour everything. Even though the jade dragonflies continued to crack and die, it was because of these jade dragonflies that the temperature could not rise quickly, otherwise Yulong would have died. Under Yulong's expectant gaze, A jade bug crawled out of the sphere. It was no different from a normal worm, but it had small wings and was covered with soft thorns. It looked lazy. Seeing this bug, Yulong was excited and his breathing became rapid, causing the skin on his mouth to fester and fall off. It looked disgusting. He stared at the bug. "You're called Qianli? Come, child, kill him, kill that person." Hulu also saw it and frowned. He stared at the bug. It still looked weak, but it gave him a creepy feeling. What was the use of that bug? The bug slowly spread its wings and flew. Yulong opened a gap in the jade butterfly sphere, and the heat entered, almost melting his arm. However, the bug was unaffected and flew out of the gap towards Hulu. Hulu waved his hand and the heat wave swept past, sweeping towards the bug. The bug was pushed back by the heat wave and smashed into the jade butterfly sphere. Yulong was stunned and so was Hulu. It was useless. Suddenly Hulu screamed. It was an extremely mournful scream, as if he was experiencing the most terrible pain in the world. His hands clawed at his skin and blood flowed out continuously as if there were countless ants crawling in his body. The boiling temperature stopped. Chapter 3309. Yulong hurriedly controlled the jade butterflies to escape the card world. The card broke and Yulong escaped while panting heavily. There was no part of his body that was intact and his skin was stuck to his body, ready to fall off at any time. Around him, the jade butterflies had died and even more jade dragonflies had died, covering the ground. In the distance, the blood of the 4 headless corpses dyed the surroundings red and flowed along the ocean. Hulu appeared. He wasn't much better than Yulong. He kept tearing at his skin, tearing it piece by piece, including his flesh. Yulong looked at the little bug on his fingertip in fear. What exactly did this little bug bring to this guy? Hulu was in extreme pain. His whole body was dyed red by his own blood, but he did not forget to kill Yulong. His card cracked and his palm was badly mutilated. His eyes stared at Yulong under the cover of blood. Yulong stared at him. "You still want to attack?" Hulu gritted his teeth and endured the unimaginable pain. He picked up his companion's broken sword and approached Yulong step by step. Yulong exclaimed, "I admire you, but you are dead. No one can leave this planet alive." As he spoke, more jade butterflies flew out. He only had a dozen of them left and they formed into a stream of light and slashed down. Hulu roared and slashed with his sword. It was the 11th sword, source splitting. He had been to the 5th tower and obtained the inheritance of the 13 swords. As soon as the source splitting was used, it directly cut the stream of light and the 10 jade butterflies into pieces. Yulong was shocked and he did not hesitate to tear open the void and escape. Hulu wanted to stop him, but the unbearable pain caused him to faint. If Yulong had escaped one step later, Hulu would have died. That sword strike was the only strike Hulu could make under extreme pain. The sky darkened and the sea washed the land. The smell of blood attracted the creatures in the sea. A strange fish with sharp teeth stared at Hulu and slowly approached him with the rising tide. It then bit down, but it could not bite through Hulu's body. Hulu was an emissary and his body was not something an ordinary fish could bite through. However, the strange fish woke Hulu up. Hulu suddenly sat up and gasped for breath. The strange fish was scared away and the surrounding sea creatures also quickly fled. Feeling the sea breeze, it took Hulu a while to regain his senses. His eyes were filled with fear. He would never forget this pain for the rest of his life. He wanted to tear every part of his body apart. He wanted to tear his body apart from the bottom of his heart. But when did he get hit? That insect had just come out and he had already attacked. It had not even gotten close to him. He looked at his hands. They were badly mangled. Every inch of his flesh had been torn apart. However, compared to the pain caused by the insect, this pain was more like pleasure. Living a life worse than death, that was truly living a life worse than death. He retrieved some medicine from his cosmic ring and consumed it. This sort of torn wound could be easily healed and it was not caused by a battle technique. Less than half a day later, Hulu let out a long breath and stood up. At this moment, the seawater was about to submerge him. His companion's corpse had already been washed away by the seawater. Finally, he found their corpses. The corpses were covered in imprints from the sea creatures, but most of the sea creatures were unable to bite through them. After all, they had been in lighters. Hulu brought his companion's corpse with him. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. His body and hatred for you return to the Lost Clan's planet. He would definitely take revenge for Hexagon Training Hall and his companions. No matter how intense the pain was, he would not give up. He would definitely kill that person. Definitely. In the Lost Clan, Hulu had been punished. He had not reported Yulung's whereabouts to the Above Heavens sect and had instead secretly led people to capture him. This had resulted in the death of his companions and Yulung's escape. This was a very serious crime. Hulu did not refute and instead calmly accepted the punishment. He regretted not notifying the clan and inviting experts to go with him. This might have been his only chance to capture Yulung, but now it was gone. This was his mistake, the biggest mistake of his life. What did you say? Dan Jing found Hulu and asked about the battle with Yulung. Hulu explained the situation and Dan Zheng's face turned pale. Fear appeared in the depths of his eyes and it slowly grew. He grabbed Hulu and lost his composure. Pain, extreme pain. Is that true? Hulu did not understand. It's the kind of pain that makes you want to tear yourself apart. It comes from a small bug. Dan Jing left and quickly returned with an ancient book. There was a picture of the third type of bug that Yulung had released. Is it like this? Hulu nodded with lingering fear. Yes, it's like this. How did you know? Dan Jing was stunned and the ancient book in his hand fell to the ground. He had suffered a huge blow and was in a daze. They're here. They're here for us. They're here. With that, his body disappeared. Hulu did not know what had happened, but his instincts told him that something big was about to happen. In the Above Heavens sect, Lu Yin played with a round ball. It was jade-colored and looked very exquisite. The bugs inside were also jade-colored. It was a very mysterious civilization. He could not control the bugs. In the words of those people, only the first person to discover the ball could control the bugs. This was clearly a joke. Those people did not recognize a master, nor did they cultivate any unique bug control techniques. How could they control the bugs? Could it be that they were like some creatures and thought that the first person they saw was their parents? During this period of time, he had discovered many people who had inherited the insect civilization's legacy. Some of them were good while others were bad. Lu Yin tried to crush a jade-colored sphere that was controlled by a villain. Once it was crushed, nothing remained and even the insect inside was gone. Strange, there were no spatial fluctuations. There should have been bugs inside, but when the ball was crushed, the bugs disappeared too. Sect Master, Great Elder Dan Gu wishes to see you. Please come in. Lu Yin sat by the lake and placed the ball on the stone table. When Great Elder Dan Gu arrived, his expression was extremely unsightly. When he saw Lu Yin, he also saw the sphere. His expression instantly changed and became even more unsightly, to the point where his face was completely drained of blood. Lu Yin did not understand. Senior, what's wrong? Great Elder Dan Gu stared at the ball in a daze. Why did we encounter them again? Can't we escape? Really, we can't escape. Lu Yin looked at Great Elder Dan Gu and then at the ball. Suddenly, he thought of something and his expression darkened. Could it be the enemy of your original spacetime? Great Elder Dan Gu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He nodded. Master Lu, disaster has come. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Speak slowly. Great Elder Dan Gu looked bitter as he stared at the ball in a daze. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He walked over and picked up the ball. Worm's nest, oh worm's nest. I thought I would be rid of you forever. I did not expect to see you again. The universe where my lost clan is located is similar to the Tianyuan universe. There are two races fighting for supremacy. One of them is the human race, which includes my lost clan and other human civilizations. The archenemy of the human civilization is the Zerg nest. Lu Yin's complexion became gloomy as he listened to Great Elder Shan Gu's narration. He was speechless and sullen. How could this be? The spiritualized universe was about to attack, and there was a worm's nest here? The worm's nest was this jade-colored ball. There were 9 balls inside and each ball corresponded to a type of worm. It was these worms that caused the extinction of the human civilization in the Lost Clans universe. That civilization was extremely brilliant and powerful. They produced a powerful card that could break the True God's ultimate skill, the True God sky-changing technique. They also had powerful seniors who could cross the river of time and go against the flow of time. For example, the Prince Regent who used Apple of Heaven. The human civilization in that universe was no less prosperous than the origin space. Even so, the human civilization was still destroyed in the end because of these worms. The despair that the worms brought to the human civilization in that universe was no less than the despair that the Eternals brought to them. One could imagine how it felt to have a universe full of worms. It was a scene of species killing and devouring each other. It was a life-and-death battle between mortal enemies. Unless one side was wiped out, there was no way to survive. Every battle, blood stained the heavens. That was the most terrifying battlefield I've ever seen. The worms blotted out the sky, and it made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. The pressure of species was innate. That was the third barrier. Great Elder Dan-gu recalled, and his eyes were filled with lingering fear. Humans were still humans, and as long as they were humans they would be afraid, regardless of their cultivation level. Great Elder Dan-gu was no exception. He was afraid of those worms, and he did not hide it. Those worms had almost buried the entire universe. Didn't you guys win the final battle? Those worms were defeated in the end. The one who really made you guys flee was that omnipotent existence. Lu Yin interrupted. Great Elder Dan-gu said helplessly, we only found out in the end that the worm's nest was created by that omnipotent existence. That existence is called the Immortal Master. The worm's nest was made up of 9 small spheres that formed a large jade-colored sphere. Within each sphere was a type of worm. From weakest to strongest, they were Tsing-yi, Shouwu, Qianli, Stone Dragon, 7-Star Sword, Kanglin, Ghost Orchid, Brocade Azura, and Green Immortal. Tsing-yi is a type of jade-colored dragonfly. It has the simplest use: devour energy. It can devour any type of energy and use the energy it devours to nourish its master's cultivation, increasing its master's cultivation speed. Furthermore, there are countless of them, so it's no longer a matter of increasing one's cultivation speed. With Tsing-yi, it means that there is no problem of lacking energy. Breaking through is as simple as drinking water. Shouwu is a type of jade-colored butterfly that has rather sharp wings. When it flies, it can be used to kill. It can be combined into a weapon, and depending on the user's strength, there can be 10, 100, or even 10,000 of them. Depending on the number of Shouwu combined into a weapon, the strength it can display varies. However, the most powerful Shouwu can display is only at the peak of an envoy's destructive power. Qianli is a type of jade-colored flying bug that is covered in spikes. This bug's only ability is to shoot spikes into an enemy's body, causing them to experience so much pain that they wish they were dead. That kind of experience is unbearable, and one would want to tear oneself apart. End of chapter. Chapter 33:10. At this point, Elder Shanggu sighed. Xu Lu suffered the same pain as Qianli. He tore apart every inch of his skin and crushed every inch of his flesh to ease the pain. Lu Yin raised a brow. This was troublesome. Was it painful? There aren't many records of Tsing-yi and Shouwu in my race's history. Most people don't know about them, but Qianli left a deep impression on us. There are records that once a Qianli appears, it must be killed before it can fly. Otherwise, it will bring unforgettable pain. Lu Yin looked at Elder Shanggu. How many people in your universe have suffered such pain? Great Elder Dan-gu looked at Lu Yin. Everyone has endured it without exception. Lu Yin's expression changed. How is that possible? The Great Elder Shanggu said bitterly, the advantage of the insects is their numbers. When the 1,000 li flies, even the heavens and earth will cry. When the 1,000 li's number spreads throughout the universe, they are constantly flying. Pain is a common occurrence in our universe. Therefore, if we want to make a comparison, the ability of the people in our universe to endure pain is far greater than that of the Tianyuan universe. There is simply no comparison. Every second there are people who commit suicide because of this pain. There are many people in the Tianyuan universe, but our universe is different. There aren't that many people. Because of Qianli, the entire universe will experience pain. Lu Yin looked at Elder Shanggu, and his killing intent towards the hive soared. If everyone in the Tianyuan universe had to endure such pain, would there still be a future for this universe? The spiritualized universe brought about pressure. Even if the Tianyuan universe was defeated, the worst that could happen was that everyone would die. However, this hive brought about a different feeling, a feeling that it had to be exterminated. Next up are the stone dragons. These bugs are very large and can grow up to 100 meters tall. They are shaped like beetles and have powerful antennae. They are adept at flying in the form of dragons and wreak havoc in space. Their favorite thing to do is to crush stars. When 10,000 stone dragons work together, their strength can reach the progenitor realm and possess unparalleled destructive power. As I said before, the biggest advantage of insects is their numbers. The same goes for stone dragons. No matter how big they are, their numbers are endless. They destroy one parallel universe after another and shatter one planet after another. It's called the stone dragon calamity. Every type of insect, when their numbers reach an infinite number, is a disaster. Even if they don't destroy the universe, the changes brought about by their numbers will cause an ecological imbalance, not to mention these insects with powerful destructive power. The Big Dipper sword is an insect that was bred after the stone dragon. It is shaped like a sword and has spots on its back like a ladybug. It is extremely fast and not even a half-martial ancestor can see through it. Only a martial ancestor can see through its speed. The impact brought by the speed and the shape of the Big Dipper sword is equivalent to a martial ancestor's sword move. When the number of Big Dipper swords reaches an infinite number, it is equivalent to countless martial ancestors' sword moves that have gone out of control. Can destroy everything. Great Elder Dangu had spent many years in this universe, and his fear of the insect nest had greatly diminished. Now he was recalling it once more. An image of the Big Dipper sword appeared in Lu Yin's mind. Countless martial ancestors' sword moves would rampage through the universe's starry skies. This destructive power would not be any weaker than the stone dragon calamity, but to a powerhouse, the Big Dipper sword was clearly more threatening. After the Big Dipper sword, the Freesia orchid was bred. It is a flatworm that is shaped like a plant's leaves and has two heads. Its habits are similar to that of a plant's, and it devours everything in the universe. They are adept at devouring, but unlike the Tsing-yi, the Freesia orchid devours everything regardless of whether it is energy or anything else. In the end, only the realms of nothingness are left. They can reproduce and survive in the realms of nothingness. They can even emerge from the realms of nothingness. How could there be such a bug? The Freesia orchid is not the most terrifying. In fact, everything that the Freesia orchid devours will be sent to the ghost orchid that is bred later on. The Freesia orchid is the ghost orchid's source of energy, and it can leap through the void and travel through space before attaching itself to a creature's face and devouring it along with its flesh. The more energy that the Freesia orchid transmits to it, the stronger it becomes. In our universe, the ghost orchid devours many sequence low realm powerhouses, and it causes panic because no one knows where the ghost orchid will emerge from. The realms of nothingness are their paradise. To us, the realms of nothingness are not only uninhabitable, but they are also difficult to monitor. Great Elder Dangu sighed. Fortunately, Limitless can travel through the realms of nothingness. Back in our universe, we did not create a vehicle that could travel through the realms of nothingness. To deal with the Freesia orchid and the ghost orchid, we can only rely on a powerhouse to constantly travel through the realms of nothingness, but that would consume too much power and energy. The realms of nothingness encompass the entire universe's starry sky, which means that someone has to constantly travel through the realms of nothingness to eliminate the Freesia orchid and the ghost orchid as much as possible. Otherwise, no one knows where they will appear from. Lu Yin rubbed his head. Xing-yi and Shouwu were still fine. The pain that Qianli brought about was a disaster to the universe, but it did not have much of an impact on top powerhouses. After cultivating to the top, one's willpower would be exceptionally strong, and they would not be defeated by pain. After all, even Hulu had been able to withstand it. These three were the greatest threats to ordinary cultivators. The stone dragon and the seven-star sword were the most destructive to the universe's environment. As for the Freesia orchid and the ghost orchid, they were a threat to powerhouses, especially since they consumed a powerhouse's energy and power. It was impossible to guard against them and they were quite troublesome. Lu Yin's mind constantly flashed with plans to deal with these insects. Next up is the brocade azura. At this point, Great Elder Dangu paused and looked in a certain direction. It was Tuo Lin's courtyard. The courtyard was filled with books. Xixing had used his own death in exchange for Tuo Lin's return to normal, but Tuo Lin was still engrossed in reading and studying the words. The brocade azura is a type of centipede that lives in a plane. Lu Yin was astonished. It lives in a plane? Great Elder Dangu nodded. A plane. Everything is a plane, especially words, books, pictures and so on. It multiplies, lives and kills in a plane. It can slaughter creatures through a plane, and the creatures that are slaughtered will eventually turn into fragments. The fragments of the plane are like a picture of itself, a shattered picture. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. The inheritance of destruction. Great Elder Dangu took a deep breath and looked at Lu Yin. Yes, the inheritance of destruction. When my lost clan escaped from our own universe, we brought nothing but a few cards with us. The ancient books barely recorded anything, which is why Hu Lu and the others did not know about the hive in the beginning. We did not dare to bring more planes. The more planes we brought, the more likely it was that the Brocade Azura would appear. As for the inheritances of other human civilizations, they were destroyed long ago. In that final battle, either the hive was destroyed or the humans were exterminated. Before the final battle, the human civilization destroyed almost all of their inheritances, not giving the Brocade Azura a chance to appear by their side. Even so, the Brocade Azura still appeared on the walls, on the ground, and so on. The Brocade Azura appeared to sever the human race's inheritances. This is the most vicious move. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly, as this move was very similar to how he had wanted to deal with the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe had used Spirit Arise and Spirit Molt to drive generation after generation of elite cultivators, forcing them to cultivate the sequence foundation and so on. Lu Yin wanted to create more and more progenitors and use this suicidal method to defeat the spiritualized universe's next generation of elites and make the spiritualized universe apprehensive. The hive was even more ruthless, as it would not even allow the humans to preserve their written inheritances. This was a method that was specifically used to deal with intelligent civilizations. No matter how desperate the humans were, there would always be a chance for them to rise again. This was because there were inheritances, and with inheritances, there would be a civilization, a spirit, and a consciousness. Long ago the heavenly sect had been destroyed, so why had it left behind a burial garden? The Tao Source sect had been destroyed, but it had left behind limitless. This was because the inheritances were greater than the heavens, and only with inheritances could a civilization rise again. These inheritances were the crystallization of countless people's wisdom, and they were the proof of an era. The hive had actually given birth to an insect whose goal was to destroy humanity's inheritances. This was an undisguised display of its intention to wipe out intelligent civilizations. Elder Dangu recalled, before the Brocade Azura appeared, although the war between humanity and the hive was intense, it was not enough to unite everyone. Even after suffering Qian Li's pain, the Stone Dragon's calamity and Gui Lan's attack, the various civilizations of humanity could not fully unite. It's just like your Heaven's Origin universe. When you were dealing with the Eternals, the Six-Way Association was clearly able to contact your primordial space, but they kept rejecting it. They even acted against the primordial space and suppressed its growth. Only when the 6 zones of calamity were fully revealed were the humans of this universe truly united. Lu Yin understood the meaning behind Elder Dangu's words. If the Eternals only had the strength of the first zone of calamity, then this universe would not have been able to unite so easily. This was because their enemies were not strong enough, and only a strong enemy could force them to grow. The Brocade Azura appeared to destroy humanity's inheritances, and it represented the ambitions of the hive. It caused all of the human civilizations in our universe to gather and recognize the hive as their archenemy. The true battle of fate began, and it was also the beginning of humanity's bitter war. Elder Dangu paused for a moment and then looked at the sphere. The 9th type of insect, which is also the last type, is called Green Immortal. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. The last type of insect was definitely the most powerful in the hive. Green Immortal? Elder Dangu nodded, his eyes filled with an incomprehensible gaze that seemed to contain fear, hatred, and disbelief. Green Immortal is an amalgamation of the other 8 types of insects. It does not have a fixed form, nor does it have a fixed ability. It has nothing, but it also has everything. Looking at the round ball, Great Elder Dangu seemed to not know what he was talking about. We have encountered the ferocious and terrifying form of Xianxia, who possessed the abilities of all the other insects. We have also encountered the humanoid form of Xianxia. She was extremely beautiful and shouldn't have appeared in this world. She was really a human, not an insect. I don't know how to put it, but Xianxia seemed to have been born in response to fate. It seemed to have encountered the other 8 insects before. No matter how hard we tried to break the abilities of the other 8 insects, we would still fail when encountering Xianxia. Chapter 33:11. Pausing for a moment, Grand Elder Shangu let out a deep breath. Xianxia seems to know the fate of all the insects. It's an incomprehensible creature. It's as if a pair of eyes has been watching us from the beginning, seeing our every move. Then a creature was born that could decipher our every move. That creature is Xianxia. It knows everything and can use the abilities of all the insects. What's more terrifying is, he looked at Lu Yin with deep fear in his eyes. It has the ability to learn. Lu Yin was surprised. Learn. Grand Elder Shangu said in a deep voice. Xian has the strongest learning ability I've ever seen. In our universe, Xian has mastered everything that the human civilization has mastered. No matter how difficult it is to learn a battle skill or the path taken by a powerful cultivator, Xian will always be able to learn it. Nothing can stump them. Their learning ability is too strong. The most terrifying thing is that before they take the initiative to reveal themselves, no one can tell. If Xian is an insect, it is an insect. If it doesn't reveal its strength, no one will know that the inconspicuous insect is Xian. If Xian is a human, he is the most outstanding elite of the human race since ancient times. He is a cultivator with incomparable talent. To be honest, Master Lu, I once suspected that you are Xian. Lu Yin looked at Grand Elder Shangu in shock. Senior, you must be joking. Is Xian that powerful? Grand Elder Shangu sighed deeply. Our universe has given birth to many unparalleled heroes. There were also legendary seniors who traveled through time to participate in the final battle. In that final battle we killed all of the green immortals. But Master Lu, do you know what price we paid? He looked up at the starry sky. Almost all of time and space. Almost all of people. Almost all of the strong ones. Grand Elder Shangu looked at Lu Yin. In the Tianyuan universe, the result of that battle is that other than Master Lu and the people of the Tianqing sect, there are almost no humans left in the Tianyuan universe. This includes the 3 realms and 6 paths, the 3 suns and 6 lords, the 8 paths, your ancestors, Mr. Mu and the rest, and even the Eternals. Everything is gone. Even so, we were very fortunate to have won that war. There was an element of luck involved. Grand Elder Shangu smiled when he met Lu Yin's shocked gaze. He finally saw hope in Lu Yin's eyes. It was fear and even a trace of fear towards the nest. The biggest mistake we made in the battle with the nest was not to destroy these nests early on. He picked up the jade ball and said in a low voice, every hive can give birth to a green immortal. Any green immortal can become a supreme master. No, it's not just a possibility, it's a certainty. The starting point of their birth is very, very high. As for the end point, we haven't seen it yet. I even suspect that the omnipotent being was the first Xian, because she called herself the Immortal Master. Lu Yin looked at the jade-colored sphere, and the information that Elder Dangu had brought to him had refreshed his knowledge. Humans were definitely not the most powerful life forms in the universe, but over the years, the human race had shown brilliantly twice. This time, Lu Yin was confident that he had surpassed his previous brilliance, and he was confident that he could gather everyone in the current universe to fight against the spiritualized universe. But who would have thought that before the spiritualized universe arrived, a worm nest would appear first? He took the jade-colored ball and his eyes flickered. Senior, are the 9 types of insects that you mentioned all of the nests? Grand Elder Shangu smiled bitterly and shook his head. If it was all of them, then with the intelligence of our universe's countless people, we would not have been completely helpless. We would not have allowed Qianli to suffer and the stone dragon disaster to happen. One terrifying thing about these nests is that the insects inside can change. Lu Yin was stunned. What do you mean? When the number of these insects reaches a certain level, they will undergo a transformation. Maybe they will turn into very powerful insects, or maybe they will turn into very weak insects. No one can say for sure. In short, these 9 kinds of insects are the ones we have encountered the most. There are also a number of strange insects whose names we don't even know. There are many, many of them. Those insects also come from the insect nest. They are quite troublesome, said Great Elder Shangu. Lu Yin's expression turned ugly and he fell silent. He had not seen the true power of the spiritualized universe, but these nests were indeed troublesome. Just the insects were easy to deal with, but the mutated insects were troublesome. There was also Xian, which was the most difficult to deal with. Xian's form could not be determined, but her learning ability was heaven-defying. Just thinking about it gave Lu Yin a headache. After a long silence, Grand Elder Shangu said, Master Lu, the threat that these nests pose to intelligent civilizations is hopeless. Our universe is an example. I don't know how many insects there are in our universe, or rather how many places there are without insects, but we cannot allow these nests to overrun. Perhaps you have considered using these nests to deal with the spiritualized universe, but in my opinion, this will bring an unimaginable disaster to humanity. Lu Yin was indeed considering transferring the threat of the nests to the spiritualized universe. He could not let the Tianyuan universe and the nests fight to the death and allow the spiritualized universe to take advantage of the situation. This was human nature, and it was normal for Grand Elder Shangu to immediately think of it. Why not? I'll try my best to deal with the nests in our universe, but can't I leave a few for the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin asked. Grand Elder Shangu was very serious. Even if it's just one, if it's not dealt with properly, it will be a disaster in the future. These are nests, and there can be an endless number of them. No one knows how many nests a single nest will produce or how many Xianxia it will bring out. Any Xianxia is extremely dangerous, and if an immortal master is lured here, it will be a disaster for the Tianyuan universe. But our universe has its own destiny, Lu Yin retorted. He recalled Wang Wen's analogy of another fisherman. Grand Elder Shangu was stunned, and he exchanged glances with Lu Yin before looking away in exhaustion. I'm powerless to change Master Lu's mind. I can only remind you that you've seen the insects that covered the heavens. You definitely do not want to see them appear again, not even one. With that, Grand Elder Shangu left. At that moment he seemed to have aged even more. He had already escaped the shadow of the nests, but now they had suddenly appeared again. Only he could understand the feeling of desolation and despair. Master Lu, I'm sorry, Grand Elder Shangu apologized with his back facing Lu Yin. Lu Yin was helpless. I should be the one apologizing. Why had the nests appeared? It was definitely not the lost tribe, or else they would have appeared long ago. During this period of time, the Above Heaven sect had captured those who possessed nests, and they had discovered that quite a few of them had obtained nests at the same time, which was more than 7 years ago. That period had been the time of the final battle in Immortal City. At that time, Lu Yin and the others had been trapped in the second disaster zone. They had no choice but to ask the lost tribe to open the upper 3 segments in advance and draw out that card to break the true God Heaven switching technique. At that moment, Lu Yin and the others had felt a bone-piercing chill descend upon them. That chill had followed that card, and it was very likely that the nests had entered the Tianyuan universe at that time. Who could be blamed? That card had been received by Lu Yin, and that chill had probably come from that omnipotent existence in the nest. However, if Lu Yin had not done so, then the humans would have already lost the battle in Immortal City, and they would have no future. Nobody could be blamed. It could only be said that fate was playing tricks on people. What was meant to come could not be avoided. After Grand Elder Shangu left, Lu Yin told the 3 realms, 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords about the nests, including Wang Wen and the others. For a moment, everyone was shocked once again. The pressure from the spiritualized universe had not yet subsided, and the pressure from the nests followed closely behind. Void Master felt like he was about to collapse. Enemies, they had never lacked enemies. How could there be so many enemies? And each one was more perverted than the last. Wood God was very quiet. During this time he had been thinking about the ancient god the most. He had wrongly blamed the ancient god. Actually, he could not be blamed, as no one had expected the ancient god to do such a thing. Kuzu, Lu Tianyi and the others were very calm. They only had one life, and in the end they would die. While they were alive, they would do their best to complete what they should do. Once they died, they would have no regrets. Chu Yi and the others felt more complicated than the others. In their minds, if this universe had not declined during the Above Heaven sect's era, how glorious would it be now? Even the spiritualized universe would not dare to provoke it, and the nests would not have brought so much pressure. In fact, no nests would have even come. This was all fate. Not long after, the Above Heaven sect issued an order to the outside world that anyone who discovered a nest had to report it immediately. No one was allowed to hide it. There was only one way to deal with the nests: destroy them without mercy. Lu Yin wanted to use the nests to deal with the spiritualized universe, but he still listened to Great Elder Dangu's opinion. The nests could not be controlled, and Lu Yin was afraid of playing with fire. Another order was issued at the same time. It was to record the locations of all the nests that had appeared before and kill anyone who tried to hide the information. No matter how one looked at it, this order was meaningless. No matter where the nests appeared, if they were not destroyed, they would definitely have run away. Was there any meaning in recording the locations that had been discovered? However, the rewards that came with this order were extremely rich and countless people rushed to find them. Bang! Lu Yin shattered the jade ball with one palm, causing it to turn into dust. There was nothing inside. I have to destroy all the nests in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Under the starry sky, a spacecraft was flying steadily. Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted from a corner of the spacecraft and a figure rushed out. Then a stream of light flashed past and the figure was split into two. Within the shattered spacecraft, a woman wearing a luxurious robe was revealed. Jade butterflies fluttered around her and she smiled seductively. You want to kill me? Dream on. A jade butterfly then appeared beneath her feet and lifted her up into the sky. In the distance, golden lights lit up one after another, attracting the woman's attention. She looked over and her face paled. Not good, I'm visualizing an ancient text. It's the heavenly army. She waved her hand and the jade butterfly tore through the void to escape. The next moment, beams of light shot out from all directions and forced the woman out of the spatial tear. If she tried to force her way into the spatial tear, she would be struck by the beams of light. These beams of light came from money bombs, and each beam had a destructive power of 500,000. The woman was only a cruiser. Chapter 33:12. Stop. Listen to me. I found the hive and I want to hand it over to Master Lu. I want to hand it over to Master Lu. The girl shouted, her eyes filled with terror. Even with Yu Hudi by her side, she could not hide her fear. Against the celestial military, she had no ability to resist. Any cultivator from the celestial military could fight against an emissary with a power level of 600,000. The difference was too great. A beam of light flashed past, and the girl was obliterated without even listening to her explanation. If she had not attacked from the start, she could have been taken to the celestial military. A hive was still a hive, and not all cultivators who controlled it were evil. Some treated it as an external object and took the initiative to hand it over the moment the celestial military gave the order. Such people would be rewarded handsomely, but there would always be others who felt that they could hide from the celestial military's pursuit and rely on the hive to rise up. People were not stupid, and if a colossus like the celestial military cared so much about a hive, it was obvious that the hive had value. How could an ordinary cultivator resist this temptation? Most people who controlled a hive would not hand it over. Hives had been discovered in various parallel universes, and the number was even greater than Lu Yin had expected. Fortunately, he had used the celestial military to order the various parallel universes to cooperate and eliminate the hives. Why do you look so pale? You defeated your brother and successfully obtained the right to inherit the family. You should be happy. I'm happy for you. I'm just too tired from cultivating. Then rest well. You don't have to worry about your brother. You had a fair battle and the family will not favor him. Thank you, mother. Brother, why are you here? Brother, why did I suddenly use up so much energy during our battle? This is my battle technique. Why? Do you want to steal it? Battle technique? I don't think so. It's Tsing Yi. Brother, don't spout nonsense. Father, why are you here? Bastard, why aren't you handing over the hive? Do you really have a hive? Hurry up and hand it over. That's an order from the celestial military and no one can defy it. Mother, didn't you say that the family will not favor brother? The premise is that you don't have a hive. Let the family inspect it. If it really is a battle technique, no one will harm you. We guarantee that if it wasn't for the insect nest, you would be the successor of the family. You lied to me. You lied to me. What clan? I don't want it anymore. Remember this. One day I will make you regret it. Catch him. Really is a bug nest. Immediately report it to the sect above. Bastard, you're still hiding it. Do you want to kill your family? Master, please let Xiu go. He was just confused for a moment. Just say that Xiu took the initiative to hand it over. This way, not only can you save Xiu's life, you can also obtain benefits from the above heaven sect. Master, I beg you. All right. Xiu hid the truth about the insectoid nest. He has committed a heinous crime. Kill him. Why? I took the initiative to hand it over. Father, mother, you lied to me again. Sir, from the celestial sect, It was Xiu who took the initiative to hand it over. He didn't conceal anything. Humph, you didn't hide anything? We have received accurate information that he hid the hive. He is guilty of a heinous crime. It's you, big brother. You're the one who harmed me. What a joke. You'll receive a great reward from the sect above if you take the initiative to hand over the insect nest. Not only will you be able to rely on these rewards to soar into the sky, but your family will also be yours. Why should I? You're clearly the one at fault. Father and mother are defending you. What? The family is mine. Bastard, you've harmed the family. This is a chance for the family to soar. You've harmed the family. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Disciples, today is the day of the survival of my sect. Are you afraid? Master, we are not afraid. We are willing to live and die with the sect. We are not afraid. How good. As expected of my disciples. Old man, what are you still talking about? You're all dead. This mountain range will be your burial ground. Burial ground? You despicable and shameless person. You betrayed the sect, poisoned your master, violated your junior sister, and now you want to destroy my sect? Impossible. Are you the only one who came here today? Tell the person behind you to come out. You can't do it alone. Pause smart. Since that's the case, we'll come out and show you how big the gap is. So it's you. I was wondering why there were so many experts. But if you want to destroy my sect, there's no need to use this traitor. He's a traitor to you, but to us he's a rare talent. Just treat it as training for him. Alright, enough nonsense. Let's get rid of him. It's good that you know it's you. But today you can't win. The Heaven's Army is here. Who dares to be so impudent? Heaven's Army? Why are they here? Why would the lords of the Heaven's Army come to our small place? That's a huge entity. Even looking at it is blasphemy. Why would they interfere in our matters? Do you really think that my sect will be destroyed? Let me tell you, I obtained the worm nest and reported it to the Heaven's sect a few days ago. I received a reward from the Heaven's sect, and Master Lu personally praised me. You're all finished. How can this be? How can this be? Old friend, are you in trouble? We're willing to help you. These are the people who bullied your sect. Aren't they traitors? Today we're helping you solve your problem. I hope that you can enter the Heaven's sect in the future and say a few good words in front of Master Lu. We're also here to help. These people are just ants. The same scene was happening everywhere in the universe. There were too many worm nests. Some people obtained rewards from the worm nests and turned their fortunes around, while others wanted to hide the worm nests and become a huge entity comparable to the Heaven's sect in the future. If the person who controls the worm nests goes to a parallel universe that even our Heaven sect can't find, then it'll be troublesome. Elder Chan was worried. Wei Rong said, usually not. They don't understand how powerful the worm nests are and will only consider the problem from their own perspective. How many people would dare to casually tear through the void and leave? It's better to be safe than sorry. That's true. If someone really escapes with the worm nests, then when the worm nests produce powerful worms and find us in parallel universes, then it'll be a disaster. Wei Rong shook his head. There's nothing we can do about it. We can only try our best to solve it. The moment the worm nests appeared in this universe, it was destined to trigger a war. It all depended on the scale of this war. Worm nests were destroyed one after another from various parallel universes. The destruction of the worm nests did not mean that the worms were destroyed. From time to time, jade-colored worms would sweep across the starry sky and head in certain directions. These worms were not homeless after the destruction of the worm nests. As long as it was a worm nest, it was their home. In the giant asteroid belt, on a giant asteroid that was comparable to a planet, Yu Leng gritted his teeth and tore off the skin that was stuck to his body, revealing new skin underneath. The battle with Hu Lu had been so difficult and he had almost died. He would definitely settle this score with the lost race. However, it was better to hide now. There were news of worm nests being destroyed everywhere in the universe. He had only recently found out that he was not the only one who had obtained a worm nest. There were many other worm nests in the universe. It was good that they were destroyed. In the end, only he could control the worm nests. One day he would become a powerful force comparable to the Heaven's sect. Yu Ling decided not to go out. He would stay in this asteroid belt. A few days later the asteroid shook. He hurriedly got up. Jade butterflies covered his surroundings, forming a sphere to protect him. In the distance, a giant figure approached. Was that a worm? The one that approached Yulong was a beetle with a giant antenna. It was the stone dragon. Yulong had only nurtured Qianli and he had never seen the stone dragon before. However, the moment he saw it, he instinctively knew that it was a worm from a worm nest. The stone dragon slowly approached Yulong and let out a sound that made Yulong feel close to it. It was looking for a home, a nest. Yulong's eyes were filled with greed. This stone dragon was very powerful. If it had been born during his battle with Hulu would have been no match for it and would have been easily killed. Wait, it could find him because of the worm nest. Then, Yulong tore through the void without hesitation and stepped out without even looking at the stone dragon. The moment Yulong disappeared, a beam of light shot past and pierced through the asteroid. The shockwave distorted the sky and spread into the distance. This beam of light had come from the Heavens sect. We were too late. This guy actually resisted the temptation of the stone dragon and ran away. He's really cautious. Did you see that person clearly? Oh. No. Then forget it. Continue to follow the stone dragon. Can help us find the worm nest. This was a method that the Heavens sect had discovered. These worms could accurately find the worm nest, which saved them a lot of time. In the Heavens sect, Lu Yin looked at the star chart. This star chart included the various parallel universes and marked out the locations where the worm nest had appeared. There were too many of them. Lu Yin's head hurt. Just how many worm nests had appeared in the past? So far, the strongest worm that we've discovered is the 7-star sword. We haven't found any traces of Frisia, Wei Rong reported. Lu Yin exhaled. Frisia can survive in the Void Realm and reproduce on their own. Inform all progenitors to open the Void Realm from time to time and divide the area. We can't let Frisia hide and reproduce or else it'll be troublesome. Also, Boundless, move out immediately. Understood, Pathmaster. You still haven't found any traces of Yulong? Not at the moment. He's completely missing. We've also searched the planet where he fought Hulu, but he hasn't returned. The smarter a person is, the better they are at manipulating human nature. He probably thinks that we won't go to that planet again. Don't let down your guard there. Understood. Lu Yin looked at the star chart with a worried expression. The worm nest had appeared more than 7 years ago, and in just 7 years the 7-star sword had already appeared. If someone had nurtured it for a few more years, Frisia, Ghost Orchid, and even Brocade Azura would have appeared. After that, Green Immortal and other worms would have transformed into even stranger worms. Things were developing too quickly. Now, none of the cultivators were in seclusion and they were all searching for worms. Fewer and fewer worm nests had been discovered, and more than half of them had already been destroyed. The ones that had yet to be discovered had to be deliberately hidden, and these were the ones that needed to be found. A few months later, Frisia appeared. Chapter 33:13. Hen Exen was amazed when he saw the insects that looked like leaves in the sky. This was a Frisia and it was indeed devouring everything around it. Sect Master, this is a Frisia that can devour everything. It thrives in the void. I never thought that such a creature would exist, Hen Yi said in disbelief. Someone had discovered the Frisia and reported it to the Above Heaven sect. Hen Exen and his team E were the closest to this place. Their mission was to keep an eye on this place and prevent the hive from escaping while waiting for a progenitor to arrive. After all, the Above Heaven sect did not dare to be careless after discovering the Frisia. Not good, that person is trying to escape, Hen 7 reminded in a raspy voice. In the distance there was a man at the center of the Frisia. His face was fiery red and his eyes were fierce. He looked around and nodded in satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, the Frisia flew back into the hive. Hen Exen frowned as he could not wait any longer. The people who controlled the hive were very cautious, and they usually tore through the void to leave. If he waited any longer, he would not be able to explain himself to Lu Yin. Lu Yin was already dissatisfied with him, and he did not want to give Lu Yin an excuse to cause trouble for him. With that thought, Hen Exen took a step forward. With his half-progenitor strength and a void god's domain, he instantly appeared in front of the man. Under the man's stunned gaze, he struck out without holding back. The man was only a hunter and he did not even have the ability to resist Hen Exen, who was a half-progenitor. However, just as Hen Exen was about to hit him, an indescribable pain assaulted him, causing him to stop in his tracks and widen his eyes. Only then did the man regain his composure. He was a cautious person and he had already spread out Qianli all around him. The moment Xianxia appeared, he sucked in the Qianli's thorns, and the pain instantly appeared and stopped him for a moment. At that moment, the man hurriedly controlled the freesia to fly towards Xianxia. At the same time, the stone dragons and the seven-star sword crawled out of the hive and attacked Xianxia. Xianxia roared in pain and waved his hand, using battle force in the realm of mastery to easily crush the surrounding insects. At that moment, the stone dragons formed into the shape of a flying dragon and charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia punched out. With a bang, the stone dragons shattered one by one. Tens of thousands of stone dragons could unleash the destructive power of a progenitor realm warrior. However, there were only 1,000 of them here, so it was impossible for them to unleash the destructive power of a progenitor realm warrior. At most, they could only unleash the destructive power of a half-progenitor realm warrior. On the other hand, Xianxia, with his battle chi of the Palm realm, possessed the strength of a combat ancestor realm warrior. Even if there were 10,000 stone dragons, they might not be able to withstand a single punch from him, let alone 1,000. The man was astonished. He was a peerless expert. He hurriedly retreated with the help of Jade Butterfly. Beside him, countless people in green, Shouwu and Qianli rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia endured the pain and continued to attack, destroying the insects. He had also experienced the pain of cultivating battle chi in the Palm realm. Although the pain was terrible, it was not much different from the pain of cultivating battle chi in the Palm realm. He would only stop when he suddenly suffered too much. But now he had already gotten used to it. The man did not expect Xianxia to continue attacking while enduring Qianli's pain. Around him, the stone dragon and the seven-star sword were destroyed one by one. The seven-star sword left many marks on Xianxia's body, but it could not break through the battle aura of the mastery realm. In the distance, Henyi and the other members of Team E spread out to surround Xianxia. They did not dare to interfere, as they did not even consider whether they could endure the pain brought by Qianli. Just the seven-star sword alone was enough to kill them. The seven-star sword had a speed that only a progenitor could see through, and each sword had the same impact as a progenitor's sword. Xianxia could endure it with his battle aura of the mastery realm, but that did not mean that they could as well. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. As soon as they entered the battlefield, they would be torn apart in an instant. This was the strength of an insect nest. They were Team E and they had once been famous in the Above Heavens era. In the current era they could be considered powerhouses. However, against a mere hunter, this person's insect nest alone was enough to make them not dare to approach and even fight against Xianxia. The strength of an insect nest could be seen. This was also why Xianxia and the others had not acted rashly. There were too many uncertainties in the nest. Fortunately, Xianxia could hold on. The insects were destroyed one by one. The man relied on the insect nest to display his full strength, but he could not break through Xianxia's defenses. Xianxia could be considered his nemesis. He could not hold on for much longer. Suddenly, Scar 3 howled in extreme pain, which attracted Xianxia's attention. The man's eyes widened. Let's see who dies first. First Qianli was in pain. Then the seven-star sword flew towards Scar 3 and the others. The destructive power of an insect nearing the progenitor realm was not something they could withstand. Xianxia hurriedly blocked the attack, but the man deliberately slowed down the seven-star sword's speed so that Xianxia could help Scar 3 and the others block the attack. During this time the man could escape. His goal was not to kill Scar 3 and the others but to escape. However, he had underestimated Xianxia. Not only did Xianxia possess battle aura of the mastery realm, but he also had a domain at the Void God realm. The man wanted to tear through the void and escape from an Void God domain expert, but it was impossible. He did not understand what a domain at the Void God realm was. The insect nest could give him great strength in the shortest amount of time, but it could not give him the experience to match that strength. As the void tore apart, the man realized that he could not leave it all. Xianxia gathered Scar 3 and the others in one direction and then stared at the man. He clenched his fist and unleashed battle aura of the mastery realm. He punched out, twisting the void and destroying the insects along the way. Whether it was the seven-star sword, the stone dragon, or the defense formed by the guard dance, they all collapsed under Xianxia's punch. The man looked at Xianxia in a daze, his mind blank. This was the feeling of death. The starry sky was silent, but the man could still see Hen Xen. He did not die. In the distance Hen Xen was shocked. He did not die. Unknowingly, an old man appeared beside the man. He looked at Kenglin in his hand with interest. This little thing really devours everything. It even dares to devour my power. Interesting. Hen Xen looked at the old man. Who are you? I am Hen Xen, one of the 12 gate masters of the Above Heaven sect. The old man ignored Hen Xen and looked at the man. These insects, are they useful? The man looked at the old man and was shocked because the old man was not hurt by Qian Li's burrs. The insects around them seemed to be afraid of the old man and allowed him to approach. I'm asking you, are these insects useful? The man was startled and nodded. Yes, they are useful. Haha, to let an ant like you deal with a half-step ancestor and one that can fight a half-step ancestor, interesting. This is the insect nest. The Tianyuan universe is unlucky. We haven't arrived yet, but we have to fight with these insects first. The old man gloated. Hen Xen narrowed his eyes. Who are you? The old man looked at Hen Xen. Did I allow you to speak? As soon as he finished speaking, Hen Xen, and the rest of the E-team exploded and died. Hen Xen turned around. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. He stared blankly as the E-team exploded into a puddle of blood. For a moment he was stunned. The E-team had followed him for many years. They had survived the first battle of the gods and the third battle of the gods. But now they were all dead. In an instant. He could not accept it. I'm Yuan Qi. Go back and tell your master Lu that the spiritualized universe can give him a position and let him cooperate with us. Otherwise we don't have to do anything. These insects will kill him. Hen Xen turned his head and stared at the old man. His eyes were terrifyingly deep. Yuan Qi? The old man was Yuan Qi. He should have white hair and a young face, but at this moment even his face looked old. He sneered and ignored Hen Xen. Instead he looked at the man. Take the insects and follow me. The man did not dare to resist and put all the insects into the nest. Behind him the landscape map appeared. The man entered. Just as Yuan Qi was about to leave, Hen Xen said, Old bastard, you're called Yuan Qi, right? Yuan Qi's face turned cold. He looked at Hen Xen and said, Impudent. This old man spared your life so that you could pass on a message. You dare insult this old man? This old man will make you beg for death. I also want to see how much pain Qianli can cause. Hen Xen clenched his fists. I don't need you to give me pain. Then the dark purple substance on his body fell off and spread in all directions. A powerful aura was released. This was a breakthrough. Yuan Qi was surprised. Breaking through the ancestor? I've seen this path before. It's that ancient god, right? Interesting. But you think you can break through the ancestor in front of me? Who do you think you are? He raised his hand and it seemed to expand countless times. It enveloped Hen Xen and enveloped the battle force that Hen Xen released. He exerted force and with a bang the void exploded. At the same time Hen Xen's blood splattered across the sky. What a laughable ant. Yuan Qi was disdainful and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step into the landscape map, the sky suddenly changed. He looked back and saw a figure slowly walking out. You want to leave after killing my people? Yuan Qi stared at the newcomer and smiled. Aren't you enjoying your life in the above heaven? This universe doesn't have much time left, Master Lu. The newcomer was Lu Yin. Hen Xen and the others had reported Kanglin's appearance to the above heaven, and Lu Yin had immediately rushed over. After all, there weren't many progenitors left in the above heaven, and the 8 Daoists had all gone to search for a hive. He hadn't expected to run into Primordial Fiend who was about to enter the landscape map. He hadn't seen Hen Xen being killed, but Xingqiang had told him everything. It was too late and he hadn't been able to stop it in time. I don't know how much time the universe has left, but it's time for you to end it. Lu Yin attacked and the space around his heart enveloped the surrounding area. Spears of soil shot towards Primordial Fiend from all directions. Primordial Fiend's gaze turned cold. There was no one else here, only Lu Yin. Since that was the case, killing intent erupted from his eyes. If he took this opportunity to kill this person, there would be no one left in the universe who could unite the human race. This person's death would be a huge blow to the universe. Primordial Fiend could enter the landscape map and leave, but his desire to kill Lu Ying made him advance instead of retreat. He grabbed at his surroundings and the soil spears shattered one by one. They couldn't stop Primordial Fiend's hands at all. Parting the sky. Even if I can't use the sequence, I'll use these hands to tear you apart, Junior. End of chapter. Chapter 33:14. Lu Ying used the reverse step to parallel time. Primordial Old Monster waved his hand and the void surged, forcing Lu Ying out. The power of time was useless against him. In front of him, Lu Ying struck out with his palm. The starry sky at his heart was filled with lines of power that formed a celestial phenomenon. Primordial Old Monster's eyes turned ferocious. Junior, I'm also famous for my palm strength in the spiritualized universe. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Ying and Primordial Old Monster's palms collided, causing the surroundings to shatter. The void world continued to spread and dyed the starry sky black. However, the starry sky quickly recovered and was covered by the starry sky at Lu Yin's heart. Stars rained down on Primordial Old Monster, but Lu Yin's strength was endless. Primordial Old Monster resisted Lu Yin's powerful palm strength while withstanding the attacks of the stars. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Junior, your strength? After the Battle of Immemorial City, Primordial Old Monster had not met the one true God and the rest. When Lu Ying was undergoing the progenitor's origin tribulation, Primordial Old Monster had already left Immemorial City. Even if the Forgotten Ruins deity entered the landscape painting, he did not know that Lu Ying was chasing after the bone boat. At that time, Lu Yin's strength was very strong, and Yuanqi was very clear about that. However, no matter what, Lu Yin's strength couldn't surpass his heaven-plucking cloud curtain. This was a palm technique passed down from the Beyond Heaven Palace, and it came from the supreme extremity. Even if Lu Ying could block his heaven-plucking cloud curtain once, he wouldn't be able to block a second or third time. However, Lu Ying had forcefully clashed with Primordial Old Monster dozens of times, causing his palms to crack while Lu Ying himself showed no signs of retreat. How was this possible? Lu Yin's palms swept past Primordial Old Monster, who quickly dodged and retreated. Lu Ying was shocked. He did not know about the Sky Palace? That's right, during the Battle of Immemorial City, his opponent had always been Mr. Mu. Primordial Old Monster had never made a move, and even if he did, it would be useless as the Sky Palace was sealed. In other words, Primordial Old Monster did not know about the Sky Palace at all. It was a terrifying technique that could make unlimited use of all power. With this technique, as long as Lu Yin's destructive power reached a certain level, he could surpass everyone else. However, Primordial Fiend's sky-parting palm had also shocked Lu Ying. There were very few beings in the universe that could withstand his strength, not even the Force Beast or Shuang. Primordial Fiend had not displayed such strength during the battle at Primeval City. But Primordial Old Monster. Lu Yin's Primordial Old Monster. When Primordial Fiend was sucked into his heart, he was destined to bear this boundless power. Either he could defeat Lu Ying with absolute power, or he could only be defeated by Lu Ying. Primordial Old Monster kept dodging as he executed a strange footwork battle technique that wasn't any weaker than the reverse step and also contained the power of time. Time Force was ineffective against Primordial, and Primordial's Time Force was also ineffective against Lu Ying. He dodged several times, but in the end, Lu Yin's palm landed on his shoulder and sent him flying. Lu Ying took a step forward. Where's your bell? During the war in Primeval City, Primordial Origin's most powerful weapon was his bell. The sound of the bell could affect the entire Primeval City battlefield. If not for Mr. Mu's flute, Primeval City would not have been able to hold out. However, in the final battle, in order to escape from the Primeval City battlefield and help the Bone Galleon of the One True God, he caused his bell to shatter. If not for that, Lu Ying would not have been confident in keeping Primordial Old Monster here. Primordial Old Monster coughed up blood and looked up to see Lu Ying close behind. He gritted his teeth and blood stained his clothes. Brat, do you really think you can keep me here? Those who take advantage of their seniority usually do not have a good ending. Lu Ying struck Yuanqi's abdomen again, causing him to spit out blood and fly backwards. Yuanqi wanted to retreat into the landscape painting, but from the first time he had tried to fight Lu Ying instead of retreating, it was impossible for him to get close to the painting again. This was Lu Yin's space and only Lu Ying could call the shots here. Primordial Old Monster never imagined that he would be completely suppressed by Lu Ying one day. Damn it, his bell was shattered and he could not use his sequence art. He could not get close to the landscape painting. Damn it. Lu Yin struck out with his palm and broke Primordial Old Monster's arm. The remaining force hit Primordial Old Monster's forehead, almost knocking him out. In the distance, the landscape painting suddenly flew away. Someone was controlling it to avoid Lu Yin. Lu Yin grabbed Primordial Old Monster with one hand and chased after the painting using reverse steps. Primordial Old Monster's gaze was fierce. I'm one of the great Xianxia. How can I be so miserable? Xianxia, save me. Landscape painting, come back. No matter how Primordial Old Monster shouted, the painting continued to fly away. Lu Yin raised his hand and suppressed it. Within the painting, Zhang Yan, the forgetful ruins god, and Wang Xiaoyu looked up. Even if this person's strength is not at the primordial realm, he can still use the laws to not get close. We can't stop him. Come help me. Zhang Yan's expression was solemn. The forgetful ruins god was surprised. You're not saving Primordial Old Monster? He won't live. Zhang Yan did not hesitate. Primordial Old Monster was not facing an ordinary cultivator, but one of the top experts of the Tianyuan universe. Even if Lu Yin could not compare to the one true god or the primogenitor at their peak, it would not be a problem for him to deal with a weakened Primordial Old Monster. If they tried to save Primordial Old Monster, they would only be sacrificing themselves. This was something that Zhang Yan had seen very clearly. She had fought with Lu Yin before and it had been within the bone vessel. She had not told Primordial Old Monster about Lu Yin's situation. Zhang Yan. Primordial Old Monster shouted, calling for the landscape painting. Lu Yin's land pressed down, causing the painting to shrink. Surging sequence particles shot up, forming a visible pillar of light that blocked the land. The sequence particles were constantly repelled by space, but because there were so many of them, it was difficult to repel them all. Zhang Yan's voice rang out from within the painting. Senior Primordial Old Monster, you can no longer escape. Do not disappoint Xianxia and disgrace our spiritualized universe. Otherwise, your descendant will not have a good ending with you, Xianxia. Primordial Old Monster's eyes narrowed as he stared at the painting. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he raised his hand and used the overturning palm. Boom. The cosmos rumbled as if the world was collapsing. Lu Yin grabbed Primordial Old Monster with one hand and pressed down with the other. He had to leave the painting behind. Suddenly, Primordial Fiend roared. I won't betray Xianxia's name. Zhang Yan, protect my descendant when he ascends to Xianxia's position. I'll lend you a hand. A bell appeared and although it was badly damaged, it still rang out with a deafening sound. Lu Yin felt dizzy and subconsciously released Primordial Old Monster. Primordial Old Monster spat out a mouthful of blood as he stared at Lu Yin mournfully and rang the bell again. Lu Yin used his finger as a sword and pierced through the bell, causing it to ring out one last time. At the same time, the Divine Seal Catalog appeared and Hongyan Wu Tian and Hongyan chased after it. They left with the painting. But it was too late. The painting contained a boundless amount of sequence particles, and its composition was the so close, yet worlds apart sequence. If there was even the slightest chance, they would have escaped without a trace. The bell shattered completely and Primordial Old Monster clutched at his heart as he slowly fell to the ground. Lu Yin looked into the distance. It was a pity that the painting had escaped. I never thought that I would be defeated by old Devil Mu's disciple after fighting with him for so many years. Primordial Old Monster laughed bitterly, his face ashen. Lu Yin looked at Primordial Old Monster. You were never my match after losing the bell. Didn't Zhang Yan tell you? Primordial Old Monster's gaze turned cold. You were the one who injured her? Lu Yin's lips curled up. It seems that even though your spiritualized universe has a fixed cultivation method, the sinister nature of people's hearts is unavoidable. She had the chance to tell you so that you wouldn't fight me head-on, but she deliberately chose not to. It must have something to do with your so-called Xianxia position. Primordial Old Monster's gaze was filled with hatred, but it quickly dimmed as he said dejectedly, the younger generation will surpass us in time. I've been unhindered my entire life, but in the end I was schemed against by two juniors. What a joke. Lu Yin looked at Primordial Old Monster. The difference in strength between having the bell and not having it is like heaven and earth. Your spiritualized universe has a fixed cultivation method, sequence methods, and even a sequence foundation. However, the weakness is obvious. If you rely too much on this method, your strength will decrease. The bell is a product of your spiritualization, so you can use it to fight my master, Mr. Mu. However, how many existences in your spiritualized universe can spiritualize? Most of them are spirit molts. The sequence methods and sequence foundations of the spiritualized universe were all products of cultivation methods. For spiritualized cultivators, there was also an extremely powerful transformation, which was spiritualization. Only a very small number of people could spiritualize. This was the second transformation after spirit molting. Only spiritualization could give birth to a weapon or innate gift that belonged to the spiritualized person. For example, Jialan Zhilua thought that the 3-foot-long sword was a turbid treasure, but it was actually spiritualized. This was what the ancestor of the past had told Lu Yin and the others. Primordial old monsters Bao and Zhang Yan's brocade sky diagram were both spiritualized products. Once the spiritualized weapon was defeated, the spiritualized person would only lose even more miserably. The sequence methods, sequence foundations, and spiritualization formed the spiritualized universe. They were confident that they could deal with the consciousness universe and the Tianyuan universe at the same time. In reality, this confidence was not wrong. After losing his spiritualized weapon, the Bell primordial old monster could only be regarded as a relatively powerful primordial realm expert. He could not compare to Mr. Mu, who was the strongest in a universe. Even Lu Yin could defeat primordial old monster, which meant that his strength was about the same as the protectors of the 4 cardinal regions. However, primordial old monster who possessed the spiritualized bell was a true monster. If he also possessed the landscape map, then he would be even more extraordinary. Even Mr. Mu would not be able to keep him here. Spiritualization was equivalent to forcefully increasing the strength of a spiritualized universe's cultivator. Coupled with the sequence foundations, it was easy to imagine. Primordial old monster looked at Lu Yin mockingly. So what if you belittle the cultivators of my spiritualized universe? Our spiritualized universe uses various methods to increase our strength to surpass your Tianyuan universe. Since you know about spiritualization, it seems that you understand our spiritualized universe quite well. You should also know about the upper extremity and lower extremity, heaven beyond heaven, and the 10 foundations. This is a power that you cannot defeat. If you let this old man live, I can guarantee that you will live, including your family, friends, and everyone you care about. They will all live and join my spiritualized universe. With your talent, joining my spiritualized universe and cultivating the sequence methods, it is not impossible for you to obtain the sequence foundations. At the very least, you will reach the Sangtian position.